Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of What If Deku's smile was a lie. All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya is troubled. It starts when he wakes up. He only has a few seconds of peace, before his entire body is crushed in what feels like a heavy weight. It coils itself around his chest and neck like a snake, slithering down his throat and rendering him unable to speak as he tries to fight back his sobs. It's constricting too tightly, he can't breathe. One rips its way out of his throat, and his hands fly to cover his mouth. He's shaking, trembling, but he's still trying his best to keep it down. He doesn't know what time it is, probably far too early, so he doesn't want to rouse any of his classmates. He doesn't want to be a burden. The feelings of hate, rejection, and envy followed him past middle school. The insults, words, the bullying. They sunk into his bones, becoming embedded into his mind. They repeat themselves over and over when he messes up a kick or punch, aiming a little too far right. The punching back teeters meagerly, as if it's mocking him. Why can't I do anything correctly? Someone so inexperienced shouldn't have inherited one for all. It really should have been Mirio. Then, useless, even with this power. I don't deserve any of it. All Might could have chosen better. Then, I shouldn't be here. But alas, he knows how to hide it. Concealing his anxieties underneath a thick, insurmountable wall that he's learned how to build over the years. He puts on his biggest smile, ready to face the world. The edges of his mouth tremble and it doesn't quite reach his unfocused eyes, but nobody notices, so it's okay. He's Deku, he never gives up. It's one of the nights he can't sleep, mind plagued by nightmares and countless fears that repeat themselves. He can't even close his eyes, not wanting to be haunted by the sight of All Might, his mentor, being killed by All for One. He doesn't want to see the cadaver of the man he considers to be the closest thing to a father he's ever had, laying on the floor. He doesn't want to see the league picking off his classmates one by one. He can only watch uselessly from the sidelines, unable to do anything. Tears well up in his eyes and he shrinks in on himself, repeating the one phrase he's kept to himself since inheriting One for All. Heroes don't cry. The concerned faces of Ida and Todoroki pop up into his mind from earlier in the cafeteria, and he only curls in further. Nails digging into his legs, he shudders, trying to collect himself. He doesn't know what he feels anymore. Is it sadness? Is it happiness? It is nothing? He can't distinguish one emotion from another, they all blend consecutively. When a classmate worriedly asks if he's okay, that he's zoning out, he's quick to reassure them that yes, he's fine. He's going to inherit All Might's power. He has to be fine, or else it's not fit for him. Days blur together, as well as the voices of his classmates. He can barely register the concerned question from Aizawa about how his grades are dropping, or how All Might tells him that Midoriya can talk to him at any time if need be, that he's here. I'm all right, he assures them with a wobbly smile, I'm all right. Please don't worry about me, All Might. He leaves quicker than he expected, completely forgetting that Uraraka and Ida were planning to go shopping with him. Reaching his locker, he shoves his books in and pulls out his backpack, slamming it shut. Making haste, he hurriedly exits the school building, deciding to walk around for a bit. He needs to clear his mind. There's nothing that changes though. He only gets lost in thought while walking, taking a random path and letting his feet guide him aimlessly. The chilly February weather makes him shiver slightly, exhaling and watching his foggy breath dissipate into the air. He can distinctly hear his phone buzzing with unanswered texts from the two of his friends, asking of his whereabouts. However, he's too caught up to even think of responding. The trail stops, though, and when he looks up he's met with the sigh of his old middle school. It looks the same as ever, standing idly as if it's staring back at him. His eyes trail to the koi pond, and he suddenly finds himself swimming in an unrelenting sea of memories. Useless Deku. You'll never be anything. Then, you can't be a hero. Then, if you want a quirk so badly, do yourself and the world a favor, take a swan dive off the roof of the building. He's suddenly unable to breathe, as though he's been punched. The air is knocked out of his lungs and he's gasping for breath, toppling over. He's dying, he's sure of it. They're laughing. His old classmates and his new ones are all laughing at him, standing up high on a pedestal that Midoriya could never even dream of reaching, a level far greater than his own. He feels hot and then cold, the sensations suching back and forth. He can't do this. He doesn't know what's happening, but he just can't do it anymore. He must look strange to anyone walking by, hunched over in the middle of the sidewalk, shaking while murmuring in between broken sobs. Hours pass as he simply crouches there, sniffling and unable to stop the unwanted memories gushing into his mind. He doesn't know when, but he's eventually able to barely pick himself back up. It feels like his legs are about to give out underneath him, but he braces himself and begins to walk back to the dorms. It's slightly difficult to make out the path when it's beginning to get dark and your eyes are filled to the brim with unshed tears. Midoriya finds his way back though, stopping at the entrance of the dorms and trying his best to make himself look as presentable as possible. Wiping away his tears and hoping that he can pass of his puffy, red eyes as a product of the cold weather, he pushes open the doors and mentally prepares himself for anything that might happen. But nothing does. It isn't quiet, he can say that. There are students everywhere as per usual. Some are blaring music on the TV, some screaming in the lounge, some even just talking pointlessly to their friends as they walk about. He hopes that he isn't noticed among the sea of other students as he tries to make his way to his room. Deku-kun. He hears Uraraka call out to him, and suddenly it seems as though everyone's eyes are on them, even though they really aren't. He feels her footsteps reverberate through the wooden floor as she approaches him, clearly worried. Ida follows suit, and before he knows it, both of them are asking questions that he'd much like to leave unanswered. "Where were you?" Uraraka asks, looking up at Midoriya with eyes so full of angst, so full of life, that it makes his stomach turn and twist uncomfortably with the guilt that had begun to settle. "Ah," he hears himself say, his own voice sounding strange. I was just walking, Uraraka-san. Sorry if I made you both worry. I guess I just got a little too distracted," he says sheepishly, hoping that they won't pry any further. He's barely holding himself together, legs on the verge of buckling and tears pricking his eyes. He just wants this conversation to end so that he can go retreat to the safe confines of his room and break down where he knows nobody will. "So, you really worried us, Midoriya," Ida says, and he's able to feel the tears glaze over his eyes, the faces of his two friends turning slightly blurry as he blinks them away. "You shouldn't." "I know, I'm sorry," he says softly, barely there. But his friends hear it, their mouths opening to respond. He swears that he's going to start crying in front of them if he sees that look of concern on their faces. So, before they can say anything, he smiles, a tired smile that he can't help but let show. "I have to go now. I'll see you both tomorrow." And so he turns around and stalks up the stairs. Feeling numb as he climbs up each step, he prays that he didn't just make the situation worse, eventually making his way to his room. He's never been so thankful to see a door before in his life. He practically throws the thing open, wincing when it hits his wall, sure to leave a dent. Shutting the door, he makes sure, double checks, triple checks that it's locked. Only then he allows himself to break. Tears, messy and in blobs, trickle down his cheeks. They burst like a broken dam, and he can't stop the gushing waters that pour from his swollen red eyes. His knees buckle and he's sliding down against the wall, feeling his chest tightening as each second passes, until he can't breathe again. He's heaving, trying to take in the air like a parched man would take in water. Midoriya's hands are shaking when he brings them up to his head, fingernails digging into his scalp in an attempt to ground himself. He feels nothing yet everything simultaneously. Sounds fill his empty, dark room, and for a moment he worries that someone might hear him. But he soon remembers that they're all downstairs, meaning he doesn't have to try and hold back anymore. He weeps endlessly, shaking violently as his thoughts race so quickly that he can't dissect them or even recognize what he's thinking. Demoralized cries and whimpers leave his raw throat, accompanied by a sniffle or a shaky breath. The sounds are mixing, everything is blurry. Midoriya doesn't know what's happening around him anymore. "Please," he whispers, wheezing out weakly. His eyes are screwed shut, but some tears still escape. The image of Kaken laughing at him is ingrained within his mind. But suddenly his classmates, his friends, are laughing too, shouting the all-too-familiar jeers. You can't be a hero. Useless Deku. You'll never be anything. Just stop trying. Midoriya doesn't get much sleep that night. Izuku Midoriya is an exodentist. The morning light peers through the thin fabric that is his curtain, hymns filtering through and hitting his face. Ebbing in and out of consciousness, Midoriya groans, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to reduce a throbbing headache that's settled deep within his skull. It's one of those days. The days where he doesn't even have to get up to know that the following 24 hours are going to be complete and utter hell. His limbs feel heavy as if they're tied down to the bed, and it takes a good amount of willpower to turn off the alarm that's blaring through his phone. His chest feels hollow, empty. It's like everything is duller. He can't exactly see color as vividly, smell the fragrances of the dorm, or focus straight. Like he's watching everything happen in slow motion, through a stained glass that he can't see through. Everything's foggy, desaturated, lifeless. Days like this make him want to curl up in bed and just stare at nothing because even his phone couldn't provide any kind of distraction or entertainment. Days like this make him nearly have a panic attack before practicals because he fears that everyone will make fun of him if he isn't up to par, or even better when it comes to performing, etc. He'd get this sensation, which felt he was getting goosebumps in his stomach, whenever he thought about everyone watching him, judging him. Midoriya realizes that he's beginning to get lost in thought, collecting himself before he'd waste any more time feeling anxious. It takes a tremendous amount of effort for him to stand up, and when he does, he stares off into the wall. He usually gets distracted while thinking. He considered himself to be a serious daydreamer, but it's usually worse when he's feeling. He doesn't really know what he feels anymore, doesn't know how to decipher if he's feeling sad, happy, or if he's feeling nothing at all. When a classmate points out his downcast expression, he doesn't even recognize that he's sad, much less that he's letting it show. He's lost the ability to tell what he's even feeling, and it scares him. He isn't noticing things as much as he used to, isn't able to strategize and plan like he used to because he can't pick up the details or read people and their quirks effortlessly like he used to. His hero analysis notebooks are stacked up on the floor of his closet, gathering dust with each passing day. He isn't able to keep up, usually losing the spars Aizawa would hold between the class or completely flunking the practicals. He can see All Might's worried face, eyes locked on Midoriya as he looks at the younger boy with a pleading look. Despite the fact that he can't quite read other people well anymore, even he swears there's a trace of disappointment lingering within his mentor's expression. All Might's skinny face is contorted into an offset frown, hollow cheekbones sinking even further into themselves. His washed-out blue irises stare down Midoriya with a look he can't quite recognize. Midoriya visibly flinches, feeling it coil around his throat again. The sensation in his stomach is blossoming, and he's barely containing himself, like yesterday. If he can at least get through the rest of the day without anyone noticing his shortness of breath or trembling figure, he'll be fine. Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll go back to his dorm room, maybe go outside to train a little bit, but overall, he'll be fine. He's Deku, All Might's successor, everyone's rooting for him. All Might's frown settles deeper into his face, and Midoriya's optimism comes crumbling down when a single thought crosses his mind. Maybe he isn't suited to have one for all? Maybe All Might knows he's lacking it. He knows that his successor is slowly losing his potential and falling behind. It's what he always used to, disappoint those around him. At heart, he's still the loser, unrealistic idiot, and creep from middle school. Kaken was right, he really should have just taken up the opportunity on the rooftop. He would have saved his mother so much trouble and worrying, and All Might could have probably found a better successor that didn't disappoint him. Who has Izuku Midoriya not disappointed? Why can't he breathe? Why can't he think? Why can't he feel? Why can't he do anything correctly? He has got to get out before everyone notices. He can deal with Aizawa yelling at him later, but as for now, he's on the verge of breaking down and he wouldn't exactly prefer for it to happen right in front of all his classmates. If that happened, today's lesson would probably be delayed and he'd distract everyone, all because he can't manage his own emotions. Everyone would see him crying like a crybaby, and they'd laugh at how weak he is. He's still wearing his tracksuit when he grabs his backpack that's laying on the ground, lifting it up over one shoulder. Nobody notices yet, all too focused on Aizawa's instructions before they begin sparring. Just worrying about breaking down in front of his classmates makes his stress skyrocket, and he knows that he doesn't have long. He has to act quick and right now. Turning around, he prays that he'll go undetected as he begins to walk away from the rest of the class. His back is facing them, and he can't bring himself to look up and see if All Might notice that he's leaving. Each step makes him grit his teeth harder, legs feeling like jelly when he finally makes his way to the exit. "Hey Midoriya, where are you going?" Kirishima's voice rings loud and clear, breaking the constant flow of white noise in Midoriya's mind. Suddenly, everyone's eyes are on him. This isn't good. This isn't good. This isn't good. It feels like his heart is about to explode, thrumming wildly in his chest. He feels the adrenaline pumping through his veins, causing him to suddenly sweat an entire puddle. Turning around, he's met with the confused and concerned faces of his classmates, all with the exception of Bakugo, who was glaring at Midoriya with a fierce scowl. Midoriya feels his entire face burn with embarrassment. "Speak, idiot! They're all watching." Midoriya's voice comes out weak, and he coughs, trying to sound less like he's dying, even though it feels like it. "I'm not feeling well. Albeit with Recovery Girl. It's rounding the corner." He can feel the snake slithering down his throat, almost rendering him unable to speak. The tears are stinging behind his eyes. He's holding them back with everything he can. Despite this, he still makes a feeble attempt to reassure his classmates and teacher. Sorry if I interrupted," he squeaks out, turning back around and bursting down the hallways. Making a sharp turn, he nearly crashes into the water fountain before he enters the bathroom. Shoving a stall open, he doesn't have time to lock it before he's suddenly engulfed in agony. It's hot, then it's cold. The goosebumps in his stomach get extremely more intense, and he's hit with a horrible wave of nausea. Leaning over the toilet, he barely has enough time to react before he's hurling everywhere. The taste and smell of the vomit that keeps escaping his mouth combined with the stench of the restrooms make him hurl harder. Hands gripping the toilet seat so hard that he swears he probably broke the thing. He screws his eyes shut in pain. Hot tears leak through, hitting the bathroom floor as he continues to dry heave for a good 10 minutes, whimpering all the while. His throat is raw and throbbing, dry vomit staining some parts of his mouth and some wet vomit still dribbling down his chin. His hand weakly finds its way to the toilet, and he flushes the thing, slightly relieved when the smell of his own bile is gone. Then he starts crying. He probably worried everyone, angered them, disrupted them. They all hate him now. Who doesn't? If he wasn't such AF up, maybe they'd love him. Maybe Mom would support him, and Dad would come home, proud of his son. Best of All Might and Kaken wouldn't hate him. But that can never really happen, right? Because he's such a useless, unrealistic, and immature brat that can't grasp reality. He was so foolish to even think he could wield one for all. Him, nothing but an ignorant fanboy having such great power? There were people who could do so much better. He probably only received it because All Might pitted the young man for his situation, quirkless and fatherless. He doesn't deserve any of it. Not to mention, he took All Might's power, like a good-for-nothing greedy leech, a parasite. This world would be so much better without him in it. If anyone saw him right now, he wonders how pathetic he'd look to them. Bawling his eyes out on the bathroom floor, nails digging into his palms, he wails and wails endlessly, not even trying to suppress the sounds leaving him. Parasite, his mind jabs. He doesn't care anymore. It all hurts too much for him to care. Izuku Midoriya is drowning. One of the things Midoriya has a love-hate relationship with is taking a shower. There was something almost therapeutic about the water droplets that had gently hit his skin, lulling him into a peaceful state of mind and drawing his focus away from the real world and its problems. His back would slide against the tile wall until he was sitting on the cold floor, staring off into nothing. He quickly became engrossed with his own mind in what felt like a time capsule. Hours could feel like minutes while he pondered and questioned things like human existence or simply dwelled on his anxieties and worries about the future. The only time he'd get out would be when the water turned cold and his skin would begin to wrinkle all over. Midoriya's gotten used to the stingy feeling of when he'd turn the water on its hottest setting. Oftentimes, he'd find himself exiting the bathroom with raw, red limbs that'd ache the next morning. When he moved into the dorms, one of the first things he'd noticed was he had a bathtub in the bathroom, but it still had a shower head, thankfully. Nearly filling the bathtub up to the brim with borderline boiling water, Midoriya sighed, beginning to undress. Tossing his clothes in the laundry basket, he slowly climbed inside, trying not to splash any of the water onto the floor. He didn't really have the energy to clean up any messes today. All he desired was some time to unwind. Sliding against the bathtub until his nose was just above the surface of the water, he closed his eyes and tried to savor the moment. It wasn't quite like the familiar, conciliating shower he was used to, but it was relatively similar in the fact that it helped to mollify him and thoughts for a while. At least he didn't have to think about his classmates, how they reacted, or what they think of him now. Especially All Might. Midoriya snorted, shaking his head repeatedly. He really needed to stop and catch himself before he could return to any kind of negative train of thought. If he could do that much, he'd probably be able to focus better in class instead of dozing off. Usually, he'd be paying his utmost attention to the lesson, taking notes diligently while his classmates stared in shock at how quick he was to scribble everything down into his notebook. Nowadays, he'd only write down the bare essentials, finding the act of merely picking up his pencil to be too much for him. A dull headache makes itself present during class, and he could only hold back his pained whimpers while he tried his best to learn anything from the lesson. Fatigued, when he closed his drooping eyes for a few seconds, it felt like minutes would pass by. His mind felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and he was unable to clear it. On more than one occasion he'd have to borrow notes from Uraraka, Ida, or Todoroki due to his lack of concentration. He just couldn't focus, no matter how hard he tried. Even though they insisted it was fine and that they were always willing to help a friend, he couldn't help but feel like he was pestering them. Felt like he was pestering everybody. Midoriya bit his lip nervously, glancing down at the water that was now turning room temperature. An idea crossed his mind. Slowly, he lowered his head until it was completely submerged. This was one of the things he didn't get to do with a regular shower that he'd always wanted to try. Realistically, he knew he wouldn't drown, didn't know if he wanted to or not, but it was still entertaining to see from underwater. The bright ceiling lamp was a mere blob of white, and when he brought his hands up above the surface of the water, they too were barely recognizable conglomerates of color. It was as if everything in his mind stilled in this state. He couldn't think at all. It was him just holding his breath and hoping that it would last him a few more seconds because God, this is the relief that he needed all along. Unfortunately, the burning in his lungs and throat became too much to bear. It was only when he felt himself grow lightheaded that he jolted out of the bathtub, spilling water everywhere on his floor. Opening his eyes, he began to breathe and wheeze heavily, trying to take in as much air as possible. Pulling the drain and stepping out, he dried himself off quickly before returning to the confines of his room. Throat sore, he gulped, pulling a set of clothes over his head, rubbing his hands through his wet hair as an attempt to untangle the unruly locks. Settling into his bed, Midoriya glances at the clock wearily. 2 hours had passed while he was relaxing in the bathtub. Really, he didn't think it'd go by that quickly. He just seemed to go off. It was like he'd escaped the real world in his thoughts, like when he was younger and would daydream about being the #1 hero. Of course, those dreams would never really transpire, but he's glad to see how far he's come. 3 sharp, consecutive knocks startle him out of thought. Jerking upwards, Midoriya stands up, throwing his bedsheets aside. Making his way to the door, he wondered who on earth would come to visit him now of all times. Young Midoriya, All Might said lowly, from behind the door. Midoriya stiffened, face scrunching up. He sounded different. Almost sad? All Might. He glowered, opening the door hesitantly. His mentor stepped in, using a brief moment to take in Midoriya's appearance. Eyes narrowing, he sighed, trying to relax his tense shoulders. Midoriya's confusion only grew, stomach stirring nervously. Did I do something wrong? Aizawa and I noticed your absence in class today, he began, words drawn out as if he was hesitant to speak. Midoriya nodded, waiting for his mentor to continue. Are you all right, my boy? It took a moment for Midoriya to process the question. He gulped. I'm all right, All Might, he finished, and just to make sure All Might believed in him, he smiled, forcing his eyes to crinkle and making his lips shake less. Are you sure, my boy? All Might asked, placing a reassuring hand on Midoriya's shoulder. That grip. Squeezing tightly. Burning. It's burning. So don't apply to you, got it, nerd? Bakugo asked Midoriya, who was shaking in the mere presence of the older boy. Nodding with a trembling head, Midoriya prayed that Bakugo would remove his death grip from his shoulder. Wincing at the feeling of Bakugo's quirk coming into contact with his skin, the smell of burnt flesh infiltrated his nostrils even after the older boy pulled away. Cringing, he tilted his head away. It's burning. The fire is slowly eating him up. If you really want to be a hero so bad, there's actually a really good way. Midoriya turned his head, hopefully looking at Bakugo, who was standing at the doorway of the classroom, a devilish grin plastered across his face. Kaken has advice? He's actually going to help me? He doesn't absolutely hate my guts, down to my very soul. If you believe they're holding your quirk over in the next world, you should just dive off the rooftop. He sputtered, his grin growing even wider when Midoriya's eyes narrowed, the pools of tears that trickled down his cheeks falling into the classroom floor. What? Bakugo sneered, explosions dancing in his palms. Defeated, Midoriya glanced away, whimpering. Of course, he couldn't fight back, he'd only be beaten down even harder. He didn't know why he trusted him. It was Kaken, for crying out loud. Even after Bakugo left and Midoriya stayed, alone in the classroom, glossy eyes staring into nothing, Bakugo's words repeated over and over in Midoriya's head. He couldn't help the sobs that left his lips. Do it. No, think about Mom. It'll help. Kaken said it himself. It's not the answer. You don't have a future. You're quirkless. Just listen to everybody and do them a favor. Give up. Midoriya's entire body went rigid, sobs completely ceasing as he stared out to the rooftop. Class must have ended hours ago, meaning that there weren't any faculty or other students present. A hollow feeling made itself known in his chest, chills shooting up his spine. Standing up, he slowly walked out onto the rooftop. Shaky hands gripping the railing, he peered down, spotting his notebook in the koi pond. More tears spilled down his cheeks, a wail wrenching its way out of his mouth. He could have ended it all. Just one step. That's all. Do it. Do it. Midoriya. Blinking, Midoriya registered the familiar wetness on his cheeks and nose. What happened? All Might was staring down at him, eyes wide with concern. His hand was removed from Midoriya's shoulder and now were in the air, moving frantically. Midoriya couldn't quite make out what he was saying, his heartbeat drowning out his surroundings. He must have zoned out again. Does that mean Midoriya was murmuring again and All Might heard everything? Midoriya paled at the thought, eyebrows creasing in a look of utter shame. Midoriya, how long has this been going on? All Might asked. Midoriya's body immediately stiffened, and he fought back the urge to start crying again. So he did hear. Hands gripping the hem of his t-shirt so tightly he worried that he'd tear the fabric, Midoriya tried his best to formulate a response. I don't know, he said finally, quietly, eyes burning holes into the floor underneath him. All Might squinted, hesitant to make any sudden moves so he wouldn't startle the young boy. Just. Midoriya was interrupted when a small gurgle involuntarily made itself audible. Bottom lip quivering, he hid his face, which was beginning to turn red and sting from the abundance of unshed tears he was constraining. I swear, I didn't mean any of it, he pleads, trying to keep his voice as steady as possible. It's not like I actually wanted to do that. I've grown a lot. All Might shot him a confused look, eyebrows furrowed together and lips pressed into a paper-thin line. What are you talking about, young Midoriya? I'm asking about what happened at school today. He didn't hear any of it. Midoriya didn't know whether or not he was relieved at this fact. All Might was still waiting for an answer, but the young boy found that his throat was suddenly dry. Hands clammy, Midoriya forced himself to look up at his mentor, mustering the strength to speak. I wasn't feeling well, All Might. I promise it won't happen again. I was just, he paused, looking for the right word, I was just a little under the weather. Praising himself for not stuttering, Midoriya tried to decipher whatever look was on All Might's face at the moment. Is he concerned? Does he believe me? Did I just make it worse? Midoriya. I've noticed your performance and grades have been dropping as well. Is there something or bothering? I've just been thinking about the league is all. I'm also worried about one of my friends, too. It's nothing, though, so don't worry about me please. Midoriya couldn't believe how easily he was lying to All Might. Guilt crept its way into his stomach, and his tongue suddenly ran even more dry than before. If you ever need to talk. It's fine, All Might, he ushered his mentor, waving his hands around. Internally, he was nagging at himself for being so careless today. Now, All Might was prying and he was sure that Aizawa would be too. If I left more quietly, nobody would have noticed. I have to be more careful from now on. He doesn't quite catch All Might's lingering gaze as he leaves. Izuku Midoriya is ready. He's standing on the edge, teetering ever so cautiously while glancing around every couple of minutes for any people that may try to approach him. For anyone that might know what he's going to do. School ended some time ago, and he's been up on his old hangout spot since, just staring out on the rooftop until he found the courage within himself to step over the railing. Now, he's clinging to the meager metal railing behind him, the only thing stopping him from plummeting downwards. His phone is buzzing, and he barely registers that Todoroki's ringtone is blasting through the device. He vaguely remembers shutting his ringer off and tossing his phone behind him on the floor of the rooftop, beside his shoes. It's not like this is the first time he's found himself up here, or even just thinking about various means of ending it. After receiving his power, though, he thought he'd at least feel some sense of belonging, a reason to live. Staring down at the ground, which has to be 100 feet away, he sees his tears dripping down, disappearing as they come to kiss the concrete below him. He didn't even realize that he was crying up until now. It's good that he's alone up here. Nobody can see his shoulders trembling as he desperately tries to pull himself together. They can't hear him trying to recite the reasons why he shouldn't be doing this or his frantic, incoherent murmuring that's cut off by a stray cry every once in a while. Best of all, they won't be able to see what he's about to do. He's ready. He's ready to just let the railing go. He's ready to end everything. The pain, the hatred, the envy. He's just so utterly and indisputably ready. His hands slowly leave the guardrail, finger by finger until he's clinging on with both of his index fingers. Leaning forward, he's thinking at an inhuman pace, heart lurching and anxiety spiking in his stomach. It's for the best, he tells himself, come on, be at peace. His last fingers release their grip from the railing. He's falling and he doesn't know why everything is going by so slowly yet quickly simultaneously. Buildings flash past him, but it feels as though he can drink in every little detail, like minutes are passing by while he free falls. It shouldn't be like this. Something feels wrong. He regrets it. Oh God. He's freaking out even while he's about to come into contact with the ground in just a few seconds. Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The last thing he hears is the sound of his body slamming into the concrete, followed by his own bones breaking. He can feel his shattered ribs digging into his lungs, causing him to gurgle up the blood beginning to pool into them, and this wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Tears well up in his eyes, spilling down his cheeks and mixing with the blood that had begun to seep out of his mouth. I'm sorry. Midoriya wakes up with a jolt, tears streaming down his face and breathing frantic, uneven. He's covered in a sheen of sweat, skin slick and clammy. Hair sticking to his forehead, adhered by a mixture of his own tears and sweat. Only then does he realize that his hands are clamped around his thighs, nails digging into them, and he removes them. Hands gripping his shirt, he tugs and tugs at the fabric that settles uncomfortably around him. Get it off, get it off. Frustrated, angry tears only add to the disgusting mixture on his skin. He finally loosens his hold on his shirt, bringing his hands up to cup his own face as he sobs silently. It felt so good. He doesn't know how long he stays there, sitting upright and crying to his heart's content, but eventually, the sun is roused, light peering in through his windows. Is it Friday or Saturday? Should I get up? It takes a lot of energy to even just send Aizawa an email confirming his absence. If he called the older man, he'd probably be able to hear how distraught Midoriya was, and he didn't need even more people concerned about his well-being. He had a spotless attendance, never once missing a day. Until now. God, I'm such a... Midoriya only cries harder. Izuku Midoriya is lonely. He stays cooped up in his room. Eventually, he gets dressed to go pick up his work, though he found himself too unmotivated to move, only getting up when he hears Ida and Uraraka knocking on his door. Lost in thought, the school day must have gone by quicker than he had anticipated. Opening the door, he winces at the bright lights that seem to jab at his eyes. Finally, they focus on the forms of his two friends. Deku-kun. Uraraka practically throws herself onto the taller male, crushing him with the grasp of her hug, and Midoriya can instantly feel his face burning up at the unexpected contact. She's definitely gotten stronger from the internships, no doubt about it. He averts his gaze from the girl grasping him and instead looks at Ida, who is smiling, although there's something else in his eyes. Midoriya doesn't know exactly why they're here, but any form of company would be better than his thoughts. How are you feeling, Midoriya? Are you okay, my boy? Midoriya flinches at the sound of his mentor's previous words that flood into his brain. Not another flashback. I'm feeling fine, Ida-kun, he forces himself to say, controlling his otherwise shaky voice to the best of his abilities. Uraraka finally releases her hold on him, stepping back a little to stand beside Ida. Then why were you absent? She asks, bringing her hand up to her face. You've never missed a day before. I was just a little sick, he replies, waving his hands around nervously as if he could waft away their concern. I didn't want any of you catching it, so I stayed home. Is that why you left early yesterday? Ida questions and Midoriya's throat suddenly feels too tight. The walls are closing in, and oh God, he can't breathe. Not here, they can't see me like this. Midoriya fights back the urge to sprint away, instead opting for a simple nod. The two seem to buy into his lie, but he can't be sure. He isn't good at reading people anymore. Ugh, are you sure you're not sick anymore, Deku-kun? Uraraka steps close once again. You look really pale. Midoriya nods his head frantically. He's so close to getting them to leave without trouble so he can break down, but not before Ida can make one last comment. You've been acting off this week, he states, and Uraraka looks back at him with a strange look in her eyes. If you need to talk, you can. You told me that before, right? Something inside of Midoriya snaps. He barges to the door, trying not to shove Ida away but caring less if he did since it was practically impossible. Ida staggers into Midoriya's room after being pushed, eyes wide in disbelief. Midoriya forces himself to look away. He doesn't want to see the looks on their faces anymore. Like how everyone was looking at him in the classroom before he left. He was thankful that he got dressed as he pushed open the door, feeling the cold wind practically slap him in the face, biting his nose and ears. Pulling his hood up to protect his ears, he stuffs his hands in his pockets. He doesn't know if they'll be coming after him, so he has to make haste. He ends up at the rooftop of his old hangout place, the one from his nightmare. He doesn't know why his feet carried him there, but everything feels too heavy, too much, and Ogadehistoliv before edge PS. It's an uncontrollable urge to just plummet straight down to a likely grotesque death. Images of his own mangled body, contorted limbs, and gushing organs infiltrate his mind, and he turns away, heading for the exit as quickly as he can. Midoriya stares on ahead. He doesn't want to get any ideas if he looks back at the railing. So tempting. The cold air numbs his extremities, and every time he flexes the fingers on his hands he hisses at the sharp pricking sensation. He knows he has to get back to the dorms, but he also is aware of the repercussions of him leaving so abruptly. If they question him once more, he doesn't know if he'll be able to keep his act up. God, he was so stupid to just leave like that. The U.A dormitories come into sight, and Midoriya physically prepares himself, stiffening up and forcing his head up. He has to look okay. He has to be okay. Wiping away his tears and hoping that he can pass of his puffy, red eyes as a product of the cold weather, he pushes open the doors and mentally prepares himself for anything that might happen. Midoriya shakes his head, trying to wipe his mind clean of that memory. Hesitantly, his freezing hands make their way to the door, shoving it open, and he enters the building. He regrets it the second his hands leave the doorknob. Not only are his friends huddled up together, staring at him, but Todoroki is also present. Were they waiting for him to return? Midoriya stammers, trying to plan out how he can just leave, escape back up his room. Run away from his problems, like he always does. There is a PRDNT silence before Todoroki of all three people decides to speak. Midoriya. He sounds like he's hesitating, and that in itself sends chills down Midoriya's spine. Todoroki was blunt, straightforward. He got to the point. If he was hesitating, I know, I'm sorry for leaving out of nowhere. My mom needed something. I'm really tired right now, so please. Deku. I'll be going to sleep now, he mutters, stalking up the stairs. Nobody tries to stop him, and with each step, he finds himself becoming more exhausted, not physically. He shuts the door behind him, locking it. Methodically, he strips down until he's just in his boxers and then changes into another pair of clothes, tossing his old ones across the floor with no regard. His room is already a mess and he barely has the energy to get up and eat, so what's the point? Slowly, he sits down on his bed, staring off into nothing. His friends probably hate him now, but at this point, he's too stressed to even think about his problems. Grabbing the box underneath his pillow, he pulls out an Advil PM. It's no smaller than the nail on his pinky, but it feels so heavy on the face of his palm. He pulls out 3 more. A bitter taste fills Midoriya's mouth as he swallows all 4 pills at once. Realistically, he knows it won't kill him, just like the bathtub, but he still hopes it'll give him some kind of peace. Shepherding the box up to his face, he struggles to read the package in his barely lit room. Nighttime sleeping aid. Provides pain relief. Midoriya places it back underneath his pillow, resting his head on top. If only it could relieve emotional pain too. Izuku Midoriya is a good liar. For as long as he could remember, he had been lying. For only a few times, people would be able to tell that the green-haired boy in front of them wasn't telling the truth, but only because it was so far-fetched. However, during normal circumstances, he could get away with it. Stuttering could be covered up by the fact that he always struggled when speaking, and his nervous expression would be played off as a part of his awkward demeanor. So why were they able to see right through him? It was the weekend, and that in itself was a relief. He didn't have to worry about his classmates judging him, or feel that coiling sensation in the pit of his stomach whenever he interacted with them. He had an excuse not to go outside, and since everyone else was busy studying for the exam coming up, they wouldn't bother him. He was fine. Alone. Until Todoroki came knocking on his door that Saturday afternoon. Midoriya's heart began to pound in his chest, the iterated drumming drowning out what sounded like his own heavy breathing. Please, go away. Midoriya, Todoroki spoke, continuing to knock fervently on the door. His gravelly voice filled the PRGNT silence, only perpetuated by the audible sound of Midoriya breathing. I know you're in there, he sighed, ceasing the hard knocks on the door, and instead going for the doorknob. It jittered and twisted, but to no avail. The door was locked. Gee, go away, Todoroki-kun, Midoriya croaked from his bed, still concealed underneath the thick mass of blankets that lay atop him. He really should have had a glass of water this morning, he thought, swallowing a couple of times to try and ease the scratchy sensation in his throat. Just open the door. Aizawa-sensei told me to drop off the homework that you missed. Todoroki lied right through his teeth, hoping that Midoriya still had at least some kind of motivation left. He didn't like to lie, but he knew that if he just tried to persuade the younger boy to open the door, it wouldn't work. Coming, Midoriya muttered. The faint sound of footsteps got louder until Midoriya was standing at the door, proceeding to unlock and pull the splintered wood open. He glanced wearily at Todoroki, looking for his missed work, but finding nothing. If possible, Midoriya looked worse than yesterday. Dark circles, like bruises, accentuated the lines underneath his green eyes, which looked subdued in color. His skin was pale, making his freckles stand out, and not to mention how unkempt he looked. "Todoroki? Is there something wrong?" he inquired, and even his voice was worse. He sounded dull, lifeless. "Midoriya, what is going on?" Todoroki questioned, stepping into the short boy's room. Todoroki saw the flash of pure, unadulterated panic in his eyes, the only emotion Todoroki had seen from Midoriya all day. Something is wrong with Midoriya. Todoroki should have known that one conclusion would change a lot of things, but he didn't know what would follow suit of that conversation. Nobody did, really. Izuku Midoriya is a lost man at sea. He understood a lot of things nowadays. Like why his mom wanted him to live a more mundane life, as a police officer or doctor, and why Kaken hates him. Midoriya understood those kinds of things now. It was a scorching sense of clarity that he didn't want to come to. The sense that, hey, maybe me and Kaken can never be friends, what if he hates me, hit the freckled boy like a truck at 3 a.m., and he couldn't stop the tears that followed after that crushing realization. And the more he thought about it, his first friend was Bakugo, before they had their falling out. Midoriya was just thankful that they were able to mend their relationship now, no matter how gradual. He didn't want to admit it, but the neighborhood kids never really did take any liking to him, though he couldn't blame them. He remembered them screaming after coming into physical contact with him, his confused younger self watching while they cried endlessly about contracting whatever disease made him quirkless. As if being quirkless in itself was contagious. Nonetheless, it became almost a game. Avoid the quirkless loser for as long as possible. If he touches you, you have 1 minute. Tops to wash your hands before you are rid of your quirk. Faux Valentine's Day letters ended up in his locker every year. The first time, the young boy was ecstatic, gushing at the fact that someone was so infatuated with him that they went as far as to write a letter, but he should have known better. The call to meet behind the school for a confession from his secret admirer turned into Midoriya coming face to face with Kaken's friends, looking for something to do. He pleaded, begged for them to just let him go home, but it obviously wasn't enough for them. Midoriya returned home late that night, sporting a busted lip, bruises and angry blisters decorating his bloodied skin. He was alone in his despair, as his mother was working late to catch up on all the unpaid expenses. The window ledge looked so promising that night, but Midoriya reminded himself that a funeral would cost $10,000, and he'd stress out his mother even more. He really needed to stop being so selfish. So, he did the next best thing. It wasn't the best choice. Hell, it was probably the one of most stupid decisions Midoriya had made in his entire life. That in itself said a lot. But the striking of fists against the marble of the bathroom was just so satisfying, and Midoriya couldn't help but continue until his knuckles were black and swollen. Nobody knows that his right hand isn't just crooked because of the fight between him and Todoroki. Nobody knows what goes through his mind. Izuku Midoriya is a wanderer. The streets of Mizudafu are warm when he begins his walk, fog masking the trees and creating a stuffy environment. The smell of rain and the sight of morning dew dotting the landscape make him release a relaxed breath. He forgot that sometimes things could be good. It was rare though, only sometimes occurring when he's with his friends, or talking to his mother. It helped give him a sense of hope that if he continued living, he'd get to experience more of these blissful moments. It's Saturday, so he has an excuse not to interact with anybody. The week had been stressful, so he decided there'd be nothing better than to take a stroll around the neighborhood and maybe get some food. The park is quiet, save for some elementary students laughing, chasing each other in what he assumed was a game of tag. It brought a smile to Midoriya's face, and he couldn't help but soften at the sight. He missed being a child, where his only worries were trivial things, such as what his mother packed for lunch or if he did his 5 times each. He continues walking, helping an elderly woman cross the street, and petting a few dogs along the way to the local diner. He used to go here with his mom and dad, back when schedules weren't so uptight and the entire family could spend some time together. The memory of those times made Midoriya's mouth tinge with bitterness, but he pushed his spite aside. It wasn't his dad's fault. Without him, his mother would have to work even more, and maybe even Midoriya would have to get a job in order to support the two of them. Sometimes, Midoriya questioned why he was even feeling so dejected in the first place. Sure, his past was a little, but why does he have to fixate on it so much? Why can't he just move on? He is going to be the successor of All Might himself, and even the thought alone causes Midoriya physically feel the pressure on him. He has to live up to the expectations set for him, to become the next symbol of peace, the next #1 hero. No top hero is supposed to be a crybaby, nor should they be weak, both of which perfectly described Midoriya. Without All For One, he's basically nobody, he's back to square one. He was as a liability in today's society, quirkless and lacking in any kind of confidence or strength. The world will keep going on without him, nothing will be different. Midoriya glanced up, finding himself in front of the cafe. Breathing in the scent of rich coffee and chocolate, he pushed open the doors, fiddling with his fingers all the while. After ordering, which was really just him stuttering whatever on the menu was the easiest to pronounce, he sat down by the window and waited patiently. He decided not to bring his phone, a decision he'd come to regret, as he had no other option than to listen to the conversations of those around him. "Deku bro, give it back," he heard from across the restaurant. Midoriya's head nearly received whiplash due to how fast it snapped around. Eyes darting around the room, they finally landed on the slouched figure of the man himself. He was surrounded by Ishido, Siro, Kirishima, and Kaminari. While his friends were laughing, Bakugo had a scorchful expression on his face. Midoriya flinched at the way his eyebrows were knitted together, lips pulled upward into an all-too-familiar snarl. Turning his head back around, Midoriya felt himself begin to sweat entire waterfalls, eventually wiping his forehead with the napkin at his table to try and ebb some of the perspiration away. He felt something burn in the pit of his stomach every time he shot the group a glance. He pondered on whether it was envy, jealousy, or shame. Bakugo had always been quite the star wherever he went. He was like a magnet, and although he didn't enjoy the company of others, people always found themselves drawn to the hot-headed male in front of them. Even when he was arrogant and pushed people away, they always came back. Unfortunately, Midoriya knew this firsthand. But his anger wasn't directed at Bakugo. Midoriya could admit that his own friends were great. They showed concern for him, even though he would never share his troubles, and treated him with respect. He appreciated it, but at the same time felt as though he didn't deserve it. They shouldn't waste their time on him. Even if he did want to tell them about his feelings, he would never be able to tell them everything. That'd take too long, and frankly, he knew they didn't have any time for him. Everyone was busy training or studying in order to achieve their dreams, and Midoriya didn't want to stall and waste precious time explaining his sob story of a life. While they were actually putting in the effort, trying their best to ace tests and practicals, what was he doing? Crying in his room about things that happened years ago? Really? He was the definition of pathetic, not to mention downright ungrateful. He had All Might's power, he can't feel like this. He has to be strong. Midoriya snapped out of his thoughts when the waiter set the plate of food down on his table, shooting the young boy a concerned glance. Blinking a couple times to rid his eyes of the tears that had begun to build up, Midoriya returned his focus to his food. It was morbidly surprising how quick his day had gone south. The food in itself wasn't bland, but Midoriya tasted nothing as it came into contact with his tongue. Staring out the window, he watched the cars drive by, counting the number of red and blue cars that passed him. It was a common game he'd play with his dad, before he had to leave. Midoriya's grip on the fork tightened, knuckles turning white. Standing up, he quickly made his way to the exit, deciding that if he stayed any longer he'd probably go insane. Of course, you can't do something as simple as getting food. Idiot. Muddy thoughts distracted him the entire walk back to the dorms, kicking empty cans or pebbles along the way. To be honest, he didn't know why he expected anything to be different. He should have known that by now, he couldn't have anything good happen without something bad follow in suit. Still, he chased the fleeting sense of hope that he clung to like a lifeline. After all, it was the only thing he had left. Izuku Midoriya is transparent. Like glass, Midoriya found himself to be mostly fragile. Although he could partly withstand the insults, he did have a habit of crying easily. It was shown when someone would make a particularly harsh comment, one that would make Midoriya bite back a sob and subconsciously trace the scars on his hand. Not every cut bleeds, and Midoriya hides his wounds underneath the recesses of a weak smile, his makeshift bandage. Sure, he did have moments where his smile would falter and his voice would break just a little between words, but nobody really ever picked it up. And even if they did, they never said anything about it. Now, though, he hated knowing how observant his friends were. They'd notice the smallest things, and that meant they could read him more fluidly. He really didn't like it when people could tell what he was feeling. It felt like his emotions were naked, visible for everyone to see. Realistically, he knew bottling it up wouldn't help in the slightest. But at the same time, the crushing thought of telling all of his secrets, of spilling all his worries and troubles to his friends, was terrifying. He wondered how people like Ishido or Tsuyu could be so open about their thoughts. But from a young age, Midoriya kept everything to himself. Only a few times would he have to spill things to his mother, but even then she'd just give him a reassuring hug and some empty words. Old habits die hard, he guesses. His room is completely dark, only some flecks of light encompassing the pitch-black area. He can hear the roar of a couple cars as they drive by, followed by the sound of rain slapping against the window. Clutching his phone in his hand, he turns the device on. 0 missed calls. 0 messages. He doesn't really know why he expected anything. He wants to talk to people, but at the same time, holding a conversation was exasperating. His only true friends were probably Uraraka, Todoroki, Tsuyu, and Ida. He'd consider everyone else as just school friends since he'd only talk to them when they needed to work together during practicals, or just during class in general. Shutting his phone off, Midoriya turned back on his side and stared out the window next to his bed. It was probably around 1:30 to 2 o'clock, judging by how little people were out on the streets. Days and time itself seemed to be muddy, all blending together. It was hard to keep track, to say the least. Jumbled exchanges with all might and questions from Aizawa would go in one ear and right out the other. Midoriya only knew that Aizawa was still worried about his grades and threatening expulsion, and All Might has something planned against the League of Villains. It scared Midoriya that he wasn't even a little interested in the latter conversation. Sighing, Midoriya buries his face into his pillow. Sitting up, he pulls out the familiar bottle of Advil PM, taking 2 and shoving the container back into his original spot. What would happen, Midoriya ponders, liking his lip before chewing on it nervously, if I took all of them? Letting out a frustrated huff, Midoriya turns away from the enticing bottle. For another day, he tells himself. Izuku Midoriya is hurting. He was simply walking in the hallways it happened. A pain like nothing he'd ever felt before ignited in the crevices of his chest, sending him reeling, tears spewing out of his dull green eyes. Gripping his backpack to the point of tearing the old straps, he makes a break for the bathroom. Shoving other students away, he tries to get apologies past desperate gasps that leave his trembling lips. He hates it when they ask if he's okay. He shat is shate sit. He just wants them to shut the F up, to mind their own business and leave him alone. Just shoo tdh fuck kup, his mind screams. Bathroom stalls aren't exactly the best place to break down, but Midoriya makes do. It's not like it's the first time, anyways. Tears rhythmically drip off his chin, and why is he such a F&G crybaby? He's such a useless Deku, a pathetic nothing that can't hold a candle to anyone. How will he ever become a hero like this? That word makes Midoriya's stomach flip, bile bubbling in the back of his throat. I don't think it's bad to dream, but you gotta be realistic, kid. You can't be a hero. Stupid Deku. You wouldn't even survive past the exams. I'm sorry, Izuku. Is he really such a disappointment that his own mother would give up on him? Is that how crazy he sounded when professing his dreams of becoming a hero? Stop, just shut up. He really is unloved. It was evident in the way his mother's smile would falter after he'd turn away from her, caused by the unfathomable stack of bills and unpaid expenses. Her job and the deposits from his dad only gave them so much, and she had to provide for not only herself, but also for clothes, food, and school just for him. All because of him. Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki were great and all, but he knew he was annoying. Sometimes he would get too loud and overexcited, and Ida or Uraraka would have to shush him. He also had a habit of being too clingy. No wonder Kaken doesn't like him. Activating One for All in just his hand, Midoriya grasped his wrist and squeezed, feeling his bones creak underneath the immense pressure. He watched as the once milky white skin on his wrist turned black. The pain helped ground him. He wouldn't go so hard as to break the bone, but it was better than cutting his skin or burning himself like he'd seen online. He'd tried it once, but it was enough. It had been a particularly bad day when it happened. His mother had yelled at him, stressed out with extra hours and in general, their entire situation. Midoriya was shocked. She never raised her voice at him, but nonetheless accepted it. Her frantic apology rang deafly in his ears as he simply nodded, getting ready for the day with a blank expression. Once at school, he was greeted by burns and blisters and a face in the toilet, the stench of urine causing him to vomit in the water that his head was shoved into. He struggled, limbs flailing desperately, looking for the button to flush the toilet. The pain that flew up his entire hand right after was one that he was now accustomed to, but back then, felt like the worst pain imaginable. He screamed when he felt the bones in his fingers snap like a twig, subsequently gulping down a plethora of toilet water, urine, and vomit. He didn't really recall much afterward, assuming that he passed out due to oxygen deprivation and from retching even harder into the toilet. He does remember waking down on the floor of the bathroom, though, uniform drenched and hair matted to his scalp by chunks of whatever he'd had for breakfast that day, head aching and dry blood crusted around his temple. Midoriya guesses he must have hit his head on the floor once the bullies realized he'd passed out and fled. He sat there for God knows how long, sobbing quietly and rocking back and forth. When he finally found the courage in himself to stand up, he didn't bother looking in the mirror, slowly making his way to his locker. School ended hours ago, the sunset that flooded in through the windows making his headache even worse. When he opened his locker, he yelped in pain, jumping back and cradling his already injured hand. Glancing down, he noticed small rivulets of blood beginning to drip down, finally glancing back. Up at his locker in confusion. His breath hitched. Razor's blades. Tons and tons of razor blades. In his shoes. Midoriya didn't need to feel the tears running down his face to know that he was crying. Hopefully you put these to good use. Nobody wants a quirkless bitch ass around. With a heaviness that he never felt in his chest before, Midoriya crumpled up the note, shoved the razors into a nearby trash bin, and slipped his shoes on, triple-checking for any other concoctions that may have been in his shoes. He tried his best to ignore their words. He really did. Needless to say, when he got home and realized that his mom wouldn't be back until 6, things escalated. He did his research. If Midoriya could say he was good at anything, it would be researching. And alas, he found what he'd be looking for, a relief that came at a price, and a deadly one at that. His fingers stung after he'd pried the disposable razor apart, marveling as the blades spread out like a deck of playing cards. He chose the one that seemed the sharpest, clammy hands making it difficult to grasp the thin metal. Rolling up his sleeve, his eyes landed on the patch of unblemished, clean skin. Holding the blade shakily against his forearm, he squeezed his eyes shut and yanked. It took a moment. When he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a deep, deep-cut, wine-colored blood seeping from the seams and trickling down his elbow. He could see something white, which he guessed was his epidermis, peeking out from underneath the cut, only to be engulfed in his ichor. He gulped, suddenly feeling lightheaded. Standing up, he watched as the blood suddenly rushed down his arm, dripping down his fingertips. Letting out a soft gasp that was barely a gust of wind against his cheek, he stumbled over to his nightstand and pulled out a couple of tissues, hoping to ebb away some of the blood before it could stain anything. The sight of his own blood, coagulated and gelatinous, made him feel queasy. After doctoring the cut and chucking the blades into the trash bin with much distaste, he swore to himself that he'd never do that again. Now, the scar was a faint, dark line right above his elbow, masked by the array of other scars he accumulated whilst fighting. The amorphous, raised stria would look like just another wound to someone else, but for Midoriya, it held a deeper meaning. He finds himself breaking his promise, now, on days that his chest feels too empty and his mind is stuffed to the brim with cotton, plaguing his thoughts in a torturous self-hatred-fueled mantra of thoughts. The blood, forming rivulets down his forearm, seems to be the only thing that could calm him down and bring him some sense of clarity. It was sad, really. He could save almost everyone from the big bad guys, but in the end, he couldn't save himself from himself. Midoriya's biggest enemy wasn't the League of Villains. It was himself, like a villain that he was sure he'd never be able to beat because you can never truly escape oneself, or stop thinking. Midoriya bitterly accepted the fact that maybe life wouldn't be great all the time, but he'd have to pull through. He's done it before, he can do it again. He's barely pulling through, just telling himself to just get by. Discerning his emotions proves to be quite the tricky task, so Midoriya opts for feeling nothing instead. Nothing is better than the crushing feeling in his chest, or the self-hatred that follows him everywhere he goes, like a cruel shadow. But maybe that something is better than nothing. Maybe the rush he gets from slicing his skin open is better than the aching and longing he feels whenever he's alone. Maybe, just maybe, things will get better. But the growing marks on his arm and tissues, splotched messily with blood, tell him otherwise. They whisper to him, a false sense of relief that etches itself into his skin deeper than any blade he's used. He's hooked. Midoriya stops wearing short sleeves after that day. Izuku Midoriya is making mistakes. The shower was no longer enjoyable. Midoriya used to call that place something akin to a sanctuary, where he was safe and shrouded in peace. But the hiss that left his lips after his wounds came into contact with the steaming water bounced off the walls, and the sensation was more than displeasing. His showers were quick now, taking no more than a couple of minutes in order to shorten the time his cuts would come into contact with the hot water. It was almost enjoyable, but afterwards, they'd start bleeding and Midoriya would have to clean them all again. It had been an entire month after he'd started his old habit again, giving up on the idea of stopping. It was the only thing that helped him, anyway. He felt regret as he wrapped his arm in each layer of bandaging, making sure not to cut off circulation to his arm, but also making sure that the bandage wouldn't come loose during class. The last thing he wanted was for someone to find out, and then have this put on his record. No, heroes don't do this kind of thing, but he's not a hero. He's just Deku. Midoriya finds himself carrying at least one blade, held safely in the back of his phone case, wherever he goes. He can sometimes slip out after class and go to the bathroom whenever he needs it, the few seconds of relief from the tiny blade lifting him up for the rest of the day. It was like Midoriya was trapped underwater, with the option to either come up to the surface or drown. As much as he'd like to drown, he could faintly make out the small speck of an island in front of him, and standing atop it were all of his friends, peers, and All Might. If he swam hard enough, through the freezing cold waters and the violent waves, he might be able to make it there one day. But as for now, his head is just above the surface, and he's barely able to take in any oxygen. He goes under sometimes, holding his breath, and the blade would sometimes be what'd give him a breath of air. It all kept him from sinking, like a lifeline that was beginning to deflate, because Midoriya knew that he couldn't keep this up for long. He knew that the shallow cuts would turn into deep wounds, and one day the pain just wouldn't be enough to keep him going. He knew that he was going 100 miles down the highway, and he'd eventually crash and burn, but that wasn't now, so it was fine. He could deal with it later. The music flooding through his headphones calmed him down just the slightest, and he hesitantly turned up the volume. He never knew words could be so true that they could express something he couldn't find the words in him to say. Still, without grasping the meaning of life, I come to an epiphany that it's pointless and take a breath. He didn't understand what the point of living was. We all die in the end, so why bother continuing? Midoriya wanted to be able to enjoy life without whatever he was feeling, or not feeling, constantly following him. He just wanted to be free, to be able to go outside and smell the wet, freshly mowed grass, hear the birds singing, and overall, be happy that he woke up in the morning. But when he wakes up in the morning, he's met with the sight of pitch-black walls. Another nightmare seizes him, waking him from his restless sleep. Stomach uneasy, he lays in bed for what feels like hours, drifting between consciousness and reality while making up excuses for not showing up to school. The clock reads 6:56, bright red and staring down at him with disappointment. He's disappointed in himself too. Pursing his lips, Midoriya wonders why he hasn't chugged his Advil yet. Are these wounds really okay to be expressed with words like, "I'm lonely"? Midoriya was never good at expressing himself. It was just too complicated. He couldn't sum up how he was feeling, or really even understand what he felt. It was as if he felt nothing but he could feel at the same time. Or it was more like everything was dull. That one word partly summed up what he felt. It seemed stupid and was hard for him to explain, but he couldn't walk into a room and smell the warm scents that had drifted into the air by the window he'd forgotten to close. He couldn't hug his mother and breathe in the cheap perfume she bought a week ago. When he walks into school, he no longer gets a vibe. It's no different from when he's at home or anywhere else. Nothing's different. He barely reacts to anything anymore. The news of a villain attack that'd send his classmates into a frenzy would barely even register to Midoriya. Desensitized would be a good word because really, nothing had any kind of effect on him. Sure, he'd laugh at something funny during class, and he'd feel the familiar coiling of a spring in his gut, but other than that, there was nothing. He had plenty of physical scars, but the ones in his mind were deeper than any of the ones on his hands or wrist. Carrying nothing but such obstinacy, today again I sleep alone on my bed. It's not like Midoriya hasn't felt lonely before. Yes, growing up with no friends proved to be difficult, and forced the timid boy to become more introverted, not to mention the flinching and reflexes that had bore themselves into his very being. The empty spot on his bed wasn't anything new. He was 15, after all. But his classmates that were dating seemed so happy. He wished he could one day find someone perfect for him, who would accept him for who he was and wouldn't be bothered by how damaged he was. Sometimes he just wanted someone to hug, to reassure him that he's fine. He just wanted someone there. But looking at his classmates' stories and seeing them all hanging out together, happy, and without him, he couldn't help the sniffle that left him. Better, without him. We who were but youths at some point start to change into young adults. He's scared. The future is intimidating, something that looms over Midoriya more than Kaken and even more so than the burly figure of All Might. It towers over the boy, ready to crush him with its weight. Just a little over a year ago, he was quirkless. Now, he's getting ready to become the next symbol of peace. He doesn't want to age, he wants to stay young forever. Midoriya just wants to be 15 forever, and not have to deal with the real world and its issues. He's not ready. I couldn't care a bit if I died, but I'm wanted alive by those around me. Midoriya was reckless, for one reason and another. Strange thing was, as tired of living as he was afraid of dying. He was afraid of never being able to grow old and see the world change around him, or to make it to the top of the ranks. He was afraid that the world would still go on without him, that this isn't some TV show where he'll live forever or get a second chance. Once he's dead, that's it. He'll never be able to have children or see new generations form and new heroes arrive. He wanted to thrive, but he wanted to stop whatever was going on with him. Whatever had been going on with him for as long as he could remember. Midoriya doesn't know why people make such a big deal out of ending your own life or hurting yourself. It's his choice, why should they get involved? Why do they have to stop him? Is he some kind of property to the doctors and his friends, and they suddenly have the right to help him? He should be able to do it without anyone trying to stop him. He doesn't care if they're concerned or don't want him to die, he wants it. It's his body, not theirs. Of course, he'd never tell them about what he's done to himself or what he wants to do. Those, among many other things, stay buried deep within the stuffed closet in Midoriya's room. He'll never show them his skeletons. Izuku Midoriya is hoping. During lunch, Todoroki shoots Midoriya a lot of hard glances, causing Midoriya to squirm uncomfortably in his seat. He ditched their training session today, panicking when he realized that the tracksuit would show off the way too obvious gauze on his wrist. Making sure his sleeve doesn't drop, he hesitantly grabs some food with his chopsticks, eyes focused on the table while he becomes lost in thought. It wasn't just Todoroki who seemed to be concerned in the young boy. All Might also stopped by, asking Midoriya if he was feeling all right as he guilty faked his sickness in Recovery Girl's office. Setting his chopsticks down, Midoriya feels his eyes sting with many unfavored emotions, particularly shame and guilt. He just wants to open the window and dive out like a bird, except he won't fly. He'll simply free fall for a few seconds, before splat. No more Izuku Midoriya? What a relief that'd be. He shouldn't be here. He doesn't deserve anything. Midoriya's eyes begin to sting even more, and he inwardly curses when he begins to feel tears gather, threatening to spill down his face any second. He doesn't think his friends hear him when he excuses himself from their lunch table, hastily making his way to the bathroom. His phone is tightly clutched in his hand, knuckles turning white and nails digging into the case. Midoriya practically throws the stall door open, thankful for being alone in the restroom. Tearing his phone case off of his phone, his fingers search around for a few moments before he pulls out two very sharp pieces of metal. Midoriya could have almost completely calmed down at the sight if it weren't for the fact that he heard the bathroom door open right after he yanked his sleeve up. His hands fumble with the blades, and he cringes when it falls to the floor with a small clatter. Picking it up, he shoves it back into the crevices of his phone case, slipping it onto his phone. Pulling his sleeve down to conceal the angry, red lines, he impatiently waits for the person to leave. But when he peeks through the crack in the stall, he nearly has a heart attack when he sees a red and white blob of hair and holy fucking shit, what the fuck, white? Cupping his mouth in case he accidentally mumbles, Midoriya continues to stare through the hole, heart stuttering in his chest. Midoriya, Todoroki calls out, and Midoriya very nearly sheets himself, jolting up. Todoroki approaches his stall, and defeated, Midoriya unlocks it, staring down at the ground to avoid looking up at the boy in front of him. Are you okay? His voice is still as flat as ever, but there's something else edging it when he speaks. But Midoriya stays silent, hoping that he'll just leave. Eyes locked on the tile, he spots something glint, and his eyes widen, heart rate skyrocketing as he tries to convince himself that no, he couldn't possibly. He almost doesn't notice Todoroki bend down, cautiously picking it up in his hands and looking back up. Midoriya lets out a small whimper when his green eyes lock with a heterochromatic pair that holds a knowing look in them. I think you dropped this, Todoroki says, voice dropping a few octaves. It sends chills down Midoriya's spine. The thought that runs through his mind afterward makes bile rise up in the back of Midoriya's throat, unshed tears finally spilling over as his lip curls with a sob, and he has to hold himself up because he's really effed up. He knows. Izuku Midoriya is hanging on. Everything's silent for a few moments, the only audible sound being the cries that leave Midoriya's trembling lips. Todoroki stands up, rolling the blade between his fingers before plopping it into the trash can beside him. Midoriya almost tries to stop him, but his legs feel like jelly and he's sure his knees are going to buckle any moment now. Being caught is one thing, but coming up with a plausible excuse is another. It's for an art project. Midoriya lies straight through his teeth, hoping Todoroki will buy the excuse. It was flimsy and probably wouldn't work. This was Todoroki of all people after all, and he was smart. He knew how to decipher fault from the truth when it came to Midoriya. Besides, they didn't even have art classes at UA. Midoriya, Todoroki consoles, contemplating whether or not he should place a steady hand on Midoriya's shoulder. He was never really good at comforting people, but this wasn't something he could ignore. The look of pure, unadulterated distraught on his friend's face made Todoroki's stomach roll. He should have known sooner. Midoriya, we have to tell someone. You know how serious this is, right? Todoroki tries again, not ready for the onslaught of words he gets in response. No! Midoriya protests, voice edged on a wail, and it takes both of them by surprise. He was never one to raise his voice, much less yell. Face flushed with embarrassment, Midoriya looks away once more and tries to continue. No, Todoroki, he pleads, and Todoroki can hear just how desperate he is. I'm fine with just you knowing, but if the others find out, he trails off, you know they'll take things out of proportion. Todoroki can't help but agree. Uraraka and Ito were both very caring, but sometimes they could over-exaggerate the smallest of issues. Pursing his lips, Todoroki hesitantly nods, which causes a spark of relief to ignite in Midoriya's eyes. Fine, he finds himself saying, not really sure where he's going with this. I won't tell anyone, but he pauses, immediately causing Midoriya's hope to deflate. You have to tell someone, Midoriya. I want to help you and all, but you need professional help. It's not that I'm threatening you, but I'm not gonna sit around and watch you do this to yourself. I'm not stupid, he finishes, placing a hesitant hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Deep down, Midoriya knows that he's right, and he hates himself for it. With shaky hands, Midoriya rips a tissue from one of the dispensers in the stalls, turning the sink on and running it under some cold water. Pressing it to his face, specifically his cheeks and eyes, he wipes away at the dry tear stains. Todoroki doesn't ask any more questions after that, not yet at least, and Midoriya feels grateful. If he can put this off for as long as possible, maybe? Todoroki leads him out of the restroom, coming back to the still bustling cafeteria. Midoriya isn't sure how much time really passed while he was in there, but the agonizing minutes felt like hours. Uraraka and Ida are giving the two of them worried stares, and Midoriya just wants to sink into the floor below him and disappear. The rooftop is accessible, he reminds himself. The rest of the day continues on as normal, and thankfully they don't have any physical lessons from Aizawa. Todoroki continues to glance at Midoriya, and he really tries his best to ignore it, but it's not easy when one of your close friends learns about one of your hugest secrets. When the day ends, Midoriya finds himself getting his belongings at an inhuman pace, just so he won't have to see Todoroki after class. He knows the boy will probably try to press the topic further. His room is quiet, dark, when he enters. Midoriya's bag slips off of his shoulders, sliding onto the floor. Letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding, Midoriya feels his eyes begin to water as he continues to recollect today's events. Sitting down on the edge of his bed, he holds his head in his hands, knee bobbing up and down against the bed frame. He knows. Midoriya changes out of his uniform, slipping into a pair of sweatpants and a plain black shirt. Laying down on his bed, he traces the gauze on his arm with forlorn, lost in thought. He knows. Slowly he unwraps the tight bandages on his wrist, wincing when his eyes land on the fresh wounds. Red and irritated, they stand out amongst his pale skin. He knows. Pressing a finger to one of the cuts, he inhales sharply and presses. Hinoshek-no-shek-no-shek-nose. Midoriya? Todoroki breathes from outside his door. Letting out a yelp of surprise, Midoriya gives his arm one last glance, full of longing, before standing up. Hurriedly, he puts on a random hoodie he found laying on his bed, taking a few nervous steps up to the door before turning the knob gently. He can't look at the boy in front of him. Heckanthi can't because he knows. Staring at the floor with a flushed face, he refuses to meet Todoroki's concerned gaze. Subconsciously, he starts to pick at the skin on his wrist, the sharp pain of his nail digging into one of the cuts jostling him back into reality. Do you want to go get food with Uraraka and Ida? They invited us, Todoroki asks, hoping that Midoriya will agree. He didn't want to leave the boy alone. Midoriya's nod was small, but Todoroki saw it. Breathing a sigh of relief, he headed out of the other boy's room, looking back one more time. Truth be told, he didn't have to come all the way to Midoriya's room. He could have just sent him a text, asking if he wanted to go. His father wouldn't be home until later, so out of boredom and pure curiosity, he searched up what he thought was going on with his friend. He knew it would take some time for Midoriya to accept that he needed help, the stubborn little sheet, and if Todoroki really was going to help him, Todoroki needed to learn more about what he might be dealing with. It was sad when he thought about it. Midoriya didn't deserve having this kind of thing happening to him. It just didn't sit right within Todoroki. He's glad that he decided to go inside of the restrooms that day. Only later did he realize that if he didn't, things would have gotten much, much worse. Izuku Midoriya is pretending. He didn't understand why people hated him. His mother brought him up to be nice, but even from a young age he was always more reserved and polite. He always raised his hand when he had a question, spoke using an indoor voice, and shared with everyone, making sure that they were all happy and satisfied even if it cost him. He'd bite his tongue whenever Bakugo jabbed at one of his many insecurities, deciding that if he said something back, it wouldn't help in the slightest. He stayed quiet when explosions rattled him to his core, scorching his skin that was already mottled with blisters and burn marks. He even lied about those injuries, pleading and downright begging his mother not to report it, just so Bakugo wouldn't get reprimanded. If only it was enough. He can't do much when Todoroki is practically breathing down his neck, checking the younger boy's body for any new scars during gym, and overall, making sure he's okay. What does okay even mean? It's late at night. Midoriya doesn't know what time it is, too tired to even turn his phone on and check. It's only been a couple of days since he last did it, but God, his arm itches and throbs and he just wants to bleed. Midoriya turns on his side, bringing his knees up to his chest and burying his face in his arms. Why did Todoroki have to find out? Why did I have to be so clumsy? He'll probably tell someone. Then All Might will find out. Then Mom will know. Then everyone will know. Shooting up from his bed, Midoriya stalks over to the bathroom, throwing the door open. Dropping to his knees, he rummages through the cabinet below the sink before pulling out one of the disposable razors the school had given them. He immediately goes blank upon picking the object up, breath hitching and a morbid sense of excitement sparking up within his veins. He felt his fingers throb, small abrasions forming from grasping the razor, and the pair of tweezers held tightly in his right hand were trembling. When he finally manages to tear the razor apart, the individual blades scatter across the floor, and Midoriya marvels as he picks one of them up. He doesn't remember much after that, like the moment you're about to sleep and slip into a state of unconsciousness, ebbing between reality and dream. His head was stuffed with cotton, and he had no idea what was happening around him, or what he was even doing. All he could feel was the sharp, familiar stinging, "Oh shit, that's a lot of blood," and the distinct sensation of water hitting his cuts. He vaguely remembered slipping into bed, and spending a good hour or so shuffling around because no matter the position he slept in, something would be pressing up against the wound on his arm. Eventually, he ended up picking up his phone and quickly sending Aizawa-sensei an email, informing him of his absence. Midoriya's head was pounding, like someone was taking a sledgehammer to his cranium, and his vision was beginning to turn green. He could barely make out the letters on his keyboard, everything turning hazy, blurry. Even on the lowest setting, the brightness on his phone hurt his eyes, forcing him to squint and look away. Without any choice, and fearing that his headache would get worse, Midoriya hit send without a second thought, and turned his phone off, tossing it to the side without a care in the world. He felt so tired at the moment. Overcome with exhaustion, Midoriya ignored the pain flaring in his arm and shut his drooping eyelids, praying that he'd at least get some peace while sleeping. "Hey, Kaken." Midoriya looks down, relieved as he flexes his fingers experimentally. Glancing out with a confused stare, he tries to make sense of where he is and what's happening. They're at the playground, which Midoriya immediately recognizes. He and Kaken used to come here daily after school, walking together with the stern warning of both their parents to stay safe. They're together, they'll be okay. Deku's own head pops out from behind the swings, a large smile plastered across his face as he runs over to Bakugo. He's holding an All Might action figure in his hands, which he hands over to Bakugo with glee. "Mommy got this for me, but I thought it'd be better if we share it." His smile somehow gets bigger as he glances up at Bakugo with so much admiration that it makes his heart clench. "Right, Kaken?" "Why? Yeah," Bakugo says, and Midoriya nearly feels his heart clench at how young his former friend is. "Come on, Kaken," Deku says, grasping Bakugo's hand and running with him over to the slides. Katsuki yelps with surprise, not expecting the younger boy to take any initiative. Midoriya feels his eyes soften at the sight. He can't remember the last time he and Kaken had ever done something together without arguing. Out of nowhere, the neighborhood kids emerge and enter the playground, waving at Bakugo. Deku shouts a couple of greetings, all of which are discarded and ignored. Bakugo's friends climb up the slide, one slinging an arm around Bakugo. "Hey Deku, what's your quirk?" one of his lackeys asks. Midoriya feels his eyes widen, everything rushing back to him. He remembers this, Deku pauses, looking down at his uniform and tugging at his sleeves nervously, trying to formulate any kind of a response. I don't have one. I'm quirkless," he says, glancing up at the kids for any kind of reassurance or sympathy. You really hang out with a freak like that, Bakugo? One of the kids scoffs, beginning to climb off of the slide, the others nodding and following suit. Oh, Bakugo begins, voice filled with utter disgust. That's a bad word, Bakugo. One of the kids cry out. I'm telling your mom. Midoriya can see Deku start to tremble a little, and he already knows what's happening. He's crying. One of the kids points out, jabbing an accusing finger at Deku, whose tiny fists ball up against his blue sweater. Though, a glare from the blonde beside him makes the others back off, retreating down towards to the entrance of the playground. Kaken leaves a while after that, something about not wanting to waste away at a park. He encourages Midoriya to go with him, but Midoriya refuses reluctantly. His mom told him not to wander off. One of the kids approach him, and Midoriya is too busy drawing shapes into the ground to notice. His foot comes into contact with Deku's side, causing the boy to topple over, tears spilling out of his eyes like an overfilled glass of water. He continues to kick the younger boy until he's sobbing, trickles running down his cheeks. Stop. He cries out, distressed and curled into a ball, brings his hands up to his head in an attempt to shield himself. For a moment, Midoriya locks eyes with his younger self, and he can see the hurt, the pain, and the absolute betrayal in those green irises as he's continuously hit. The other kids have joined in, fists and feet and everything, coming at Deku with a tenacious force for a couple of children. He hates it. He hates himself. A particularly rough kick to his side causes a scream to rip its way out of Child Him's throat. Stop it, please. Stop it. He's bleeding. One of the kids says, and Child Midoriya's hands barely cover the expanse of bruises covering his abdomen. You won't tell anyone, right? Another asks after the other kids run home, afraid that an adult would see what was going on, and they'd get in trouble. Oh, okay, Deku begins. I want to tell. Deku glances up at the kid, through the mop of green that is his hair, and flashes him a weak smile. The part after that, though, is something Midoriya didn't remember happening. Suddenly, his younger self is surrounded by the shriveled form of All Might, who is pointing an accusing finger at the young boy. You're the reason I'm like this, he says, blood dribbling down his chin. I can't help but feel a sense of regret for choosing someone so inexperienced. He laughs, but it's not the usual light-hearted, enthusiastic laughter Midoriya is used to. His laugh is bitter, sarcastic, and full of hate. Midoriya feels his heart stop. All Might lifts up the end of his shirt, revealing the mangled mass of scar tissue on his abdomen, bumpy and uneven. Suddenly, like a mirror, he shrs. Midoriya's ears are ringing as his mentor falls to the floor, lifeless. It takes a few moments for it to register, but when it does, he screams, trying to run as fast as he can to help All Might. His mind is racing at an inhuman speed, frantic thoughts, and panicked sobs ripping their way out of his throat. He can hear himself shrieking in horror, but he can't make out what he's saying. Midoriya's arm reaches out desperately, trying to get to All Might. But something is holding him back. They're gripping onto him, like some kind of F-up anchor that's keeping his feet rooted to the ground. Midoriya's thrashing, kicking, punching, doing whatever he can think of to escape the phantom hold on his body. Tears spill over, and Midoriya crumples to the ground, shrieking into his hands because that's all he can do. What kind of hero is he if he can't even help someone right in front of him? This is your fault. His classmates are suddenly around him. Midoriya feels so small underneath their intense glares. Their faces are contorted into a look of pure disgust, eyebrows knitted together in a scowl. This is your fault. Midoriya seizes up. No, it can't be his fault. His mom is suddenly there too. Her once friendly, warm expression is now one of hatred. She's yelling at him about how if he had a quirk, maybe their dad would have stayed around. Maybe if he was quick enough, he would have saved Bakugo and Ida. Maybe Todoroki wouldn't have to be so worried about him constantly. Maybe he could make his mom proud for once. Maybe. This is your fault. Midoriya wakes up screaming. Sweat laments his entire body, chest rising and falling frantically. His eyes dart around his room, taking in a million sights in a second. Midoriya's heart feels as though it's about to pound out of his chest, one hand clamped over his chest as another tremor rocks his entire body. His nails are digging into the soft flesh of his chest, breathing erratic and eyes stinging with a new layer of unshed tears. "All might," he whispers, edged on a cry. Midoriya tries to remind himself that it wasn't real, that it couldn't have happened. A sharp pain in his jaw draws his attention away, and only then he can see that his hand is clamped around his face, nails sinking deeper into the flesh on his chin. Hissing, he pries his hand off of himself, wincing at the sight of blood on his nails. He stays on his bed, breathing and looks around his room wildly, before standing up. Midoriya immediately regrets it as he racked by a horribly fit of nausea, clinging to the wall as he makes his way over to the bathroom. Looking in the mirror after the green dissipates from his vision, he swears to himself at the crescents imprinted right under his lips, blood dribbling down his jaw. It's quite obvious that they're from his nails, in a perfect line right across his chin. Something sticky and coagulated is covering a large portion of his arm, and Midoriya already has a pretty good idea of what it is. He doesn't need to lift up his sleeve in order to see the grotesque, sickly deep lacerations, but he does anyway. The sight nearly makes Midoriya vomit, covering his mouth with his other hand in order to muffle a gasp. He did this to himself. Disgusting, he thought, but then another thought crossed his mind. How on earth is he going to hide this? Midoriya's heart was pounding in his chest, worst-case scenarios rushing through his mind. What if someone sees during training? What if Todoroki sees? Midoriya scoffs at the thought. It's not like the bicolored male already knew one of his biggest secrets, anyway. Walking over to the mini-fridge in his room, Midoriya pulled out a plate of his mom's cooking that he'd saved, deducing he at least had to eat something after what happened last night, even if he wasn't particularly hungry. Peeling back the saran wrap, he put it into his microwave and began heating it up. While he waited for his food to get ready, Midoriya sat on the edge of his bed again, tugging his lip between his teeth as his eyes glazed over his arm, still concealed by the thin fabric of his shirt. Pushing it back up, his breath hitched upon taking in the extent of damage he'd done to himself. Now, this was definitely going to leave a scar, if not multiple ones. The wounds spanned all across his forearm, all the way down to a white layer that he never thought he'd reach, not since elementary school, anyway, and the overall image made Midoriya sick to his stomach. Some of the cuts were on top of each other, crisscrossing to form giant X's. How could he do this to himself? More importantly, this was going to take a long time to heal. He remembered the first time he'd hit the white layer below his dermis, and how it took months for it to just turn into a vermilion strip of skin, and then an entire year for it to turn into a white plane of stria. Midoriya didn't have time to wait for it to heal. As if things couldn't get any worse, these weren't like the scars he gave himself back in elementary school, the one that easily blended into the mass of other scarring he received on his arm. No, these were too obvious. Oh God, he thought, hands trembling as he took in just how bad he just messed up. But, yet another thing was the risk of infection. Midoriya knew basic first aid, it was required of them as students of Unit A, but he still fretted over these cuts. Keeping them clean would be a challenge, especially during training or if he gets into a fight. Why didn't I effing think before doing this? What can I even do to hide them? Bandages would raise suspicion, especially in that general area, but I'm already known for being reckless, so I could just pass it off as me overusing my quirk again. But then Recovery Girl and All Might would keep on asking to see it. It'd be even more suspicious if I had it on for months, not to mention, Todoroki would realize immediately. Can I even pass it off as just another villain? What am I supposed to do? The microwave's rapid beeping snapped Midoriya out of his thoughts. Standing up, he fought the urge to cry, pulling out the steaming plate of fried rice and vegetables. Sighing, he rummaged through one of the cabinets below the microwave, pulling out a plastic fork. Setting the plate down on his desk, he inhaled, relaxing at the smell of warm herbs and peas. His mother's cooking really made him feel at home. He ate in silence, staring at the wall while lost in thought. The first priority would be keeping his wounds clean. He'd let them air out for a little bit, but then he'd bandage them. Rubbing alcohol would just make things worse, So maybe he could injure himself during training and pick up something from Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl. Midoriya smiled to himself, relief flooding his system. How could he forget? He could get injured on, say, his leg, during training, and since he'd be wearing his full-body costume, it'd conceal his wounds, as would the support items on his arms. Then, he could go to Recovery Girl and ask her to heal him all over just in case, and boom! I really am a genius, Midoriya thought, stabbing a piece of broccoli with his fork. The food in itself wasn't bad, but it tasted like nothing as Midoriya chewed each morsel. He knew it was probably all in his head, as per usual. Sighing, he pushed his plate away, opening his laptop that was at the edge of his desk. He needed to vent. Opening up the Notes application on his computer, Midoriya's fingers got to work as he typed, trying to pour out as many of his feelings as he could. He found himself deleting and retyping entire paragraphs, trying his best to convey how he felt. When he finished, he sat back in his chair, eyes skimming over what he'd just written. I just don't really see the point anymore. We're all going to die in the end, and I know how you're supposed to make the best of it, but nothing is going well. I can't remember the last time I felt genuinely happy about anything. Most of the time, I don't even know what I'm even feeling. It's hard to distinguish. This sounds stupid, but it's kinda like when I walk into a room, I don't feel the vibe, or I can't see color as vividly anymore. I can't smell the fragrances around me. Everything's just blank. The only thing keeping me here is the fact that I'm too afraid of dying. I'm so tired of living, but I'm just scared of taking my own life. What happens if it backfires, and I'm left as a vegetable for the rest of my life? What happens if I regret it? How will the people in my life react? I can't really decide on it, if I want to live or die. But honestly, I don't have anything left. My grades dropped significantly and I've been getting into more trouble with my teachers. I keep everything to myself, for the most part. I'd die of embarrassment if I ever told this to my friends, or another authority figure. The days just keep on getting worse and worse. There's always a new problem waiting for me, something else that'll lead to the nail in my coffin. At this point, I've been desensitized to it, but I just can't. Chewing his lip, Midoriya dragged his cursor over everything to highlight it and pressed the backspace button. He never actually went through with posting them, too paranoid that someone he knew would find them. God, he'd probably strangle himself on the spot if someone saw what he'd written. What should I do now? Midoriya grumbled, banging his head lightly against the splintered surface of his desk. Obviously, he didn't have school, and with the security, he wasn't allowed to leave often. Whatever, he thought, slipping into his pair of red sneakers, not bothering to change out of his sweatpants and t-shirt. Nobody from school would be outside, anyway, so it's not like he'd have to deal with the constant thought of running into them. Besides, most kids were at school and most adults at work. So, he really wouldn't run into anybody. Eyes lingering on his phone, he decided to take the device with him just in case. You never know when a villain might decide to strike, after all. When he finally decided that he was ready, Midoriya opened the screen to his balcony, peering over the ledge. He decided it'd be better to take this route. He wasn't in the mood to go all the way downstairs and then to the door. Readying himself, Midoriya activated full cowling and jumped down, landing on one of the pipes on the side of the school. His foot nearly missed, and if it did, he would have landed on his face. The thought nearly made Midoriya chuckle. He enjoyed the feeling while it lasted, the wind whirring in his ears and blowing against his face. He enjoyed how his heart dropped, stomach lurching from the fall as he took yet another risk. Midoriya loved the thrill, the excitement. Finally situating himself, Midoriya dusted off his breathes and began walking along aimlessly. He knew this place by heart, so he just let his feet carry him wherever. The trails and roads blended together, and Midoriya wasn't paying an ounce of attention as to where he was going, too busy thinking. Should he tell someone? The thought crossed his mind for a split second, before Midoriya's mind shouted at him, a deafening crescendo of self-hatred. It startled him, causing him to stop walking in the middle of an unfamiliar trail, eyes locked on the gravel below him as his pupils began to dilate, heart thrumming in his chest. No, you can't tell anybody. You've put up with it for 15 years, you can continue. Todoroki's had a worse life than you, but he isn't slitting his wrists and crying every second. Grow up. Imagine how All Might will react. He'll be so sad and disappointed. Just keep it in, and try to convince Todoroki that you're doing fine. Convince him that it was a one-time thing. Midoriya resumed walking, glancing around to make sure nobody noticed his mini panic attack. Luckily for him, there was nobody else on the old, deserted road. Midoriya glanced around again, eyes taking in every little detail and trying to recognize his surrounds, because he had no clue where he was. Wait, don't panic, you have your phone on you, Midoriya reminded himself, relieved that he brought the device with him. Hands fumbling in his pocket, he pulled the thing out, clicking the home button wearily. Battery, 8%. Seriously? Midoriya exclaimed, on the verge of having another mental breakdown. Muttering in distaste, he quickly opened Google Maps, turning on his location settings, and impatiently waited for the app to give him his current location. Maybe it was the anxiety clawing at him from earlier, or just him being him, but he was genuinely scared of getting lost. Midoriya feared the though of rotting away somewhere, knowing of his impending fate, and having nobody come for him. Knowing that out there, somewhere in this world, someone was experiencing that, Midoriya bristled. He was lucky to have his phone, even if was on the verge of dying. Eyes trailing over his phone, he let out an almost relieved sigh. Hosu District, Ishikawa. So he wasn't that far from home. Lifting his gaze up from his phone, Midoriya took in his surroundings once more. But how the hell did I manage to get this far? Pursing his lips, Midoriya began walking once more, following the directions that the app gave him. He watched as the percentages on his phone slowly dwindled down, and even when he put it on low battery mode and turned the brightness down to the lowest setting, it was on 3%. Well, at least he was close to one of the markets he recognized. From there, it'd be easier to make his way back to Heights Alliance. His surroundings were becoming easier to distinguish, so he didn't really have to worry about getting lost anymore. He could also buy a charger at one of the shops and charge his phone while eating at the nearby cafe. Not bad, he breathed in a sigh of relief. Midoriya approached the dollar store, relieved that he finally found a building with people in it. Entering the establishment, he looked around for a bit before making his way to the electronics section of the store. He struggled for a bit to find a charger that suited his phone, taking the last one in stock and bringing it up to the register. Fishing inside of his pocket, he awkwardly pulled out a $5 bill, sliding it over to the unamused cashier in front of him. "Thank you for your purchase," they said, sounding almost as dead as Aizawa. Thanking them, Midoriya exited the store, walking to the store just across from where he was. He came here with his mom often as a child. They'd eat and talk, and sometimes, their dad would be there to accompany them. The place in itself wasn't anything special. Run-down beige walls with chipping paint, and chairs that were surely older than Gran Torino himself would probably seem mundane to anyone else. But for Midoriya, the place made him feel a heavy sense of nostalgia. Taking a seat by one of the windows, Midoriya plugged the charger into one of the outlets in the wall, hooking it up to his phone. The screen flashed for a moment, indicating that it was working. The first thing Midoriya did was call an Uber to pick him up. After that was settled, he decided to just check his notifications. According to his phone, school ended a little more than an hour ago, and he also had a plethora of missed messages from his friends. Great. Todoroki, you were absent again 3:13 p.m. Todoroki, unlock your door. Uraraka and I brought you food 3:31 p.m. Todoroki, where the F are you 3:40 p.m. Midoriya felt sick to his stomach. He couldn't imagine how worried Todoroki must have been, must still be, with each passing minute that he doesn't reply. Hastily, his fingers get to work on the Midoriya, I'm so sorry Todoroki 4:04 p.m. Midoriya, I went outside for a bit to clear my head and got lost. I'm fine now 4:04 p.m. Midoriya didn't have to wait long before the three dots at the corner of his screen appeared, indicating that Todoroki was beginning to reply. Todoroki, do you want us to pick you up or SMH 4:05 p.m. Todoroki, don't do that sheet again, you scared us 4:05 p.m. Damn it. The guilt that was eating at him yesterday was now clawing at his gut again, and the mere thought of having to face Todoroki made him feel uneasy. Midoriya, no, it's fine. I already called an Uber. Thanks for the offer though. Todoroki, 4:05 p.m. Todoroki, alright. 4:06 p.m. Todoroki, okay, if you need something. 4:06 p.m. Todoroki, by Midoriya. 4:06 p.m. Let me know if you need something. Midoriya breathed out, tugging at his sleeve. Images from last night flashed through his mind, blood smeared across his arm, sticky and coagulated and disgusting as it stuck to his skin, getting embedded underneath his fingernails. Midoriya, I will. By Todoroki. 4:07 p.m. Liar, his brain screamed at him, ULIAR. Izuku. Midoriya is exhausted. Between his house and the dorms, Midoriya always found himself outside. There, it was less likely he'd run into anybody from school, thus, he didn't have to interact with anybody. Even just talking with someone was getting difficult. The act of actually having to hold a conversation would eat away at his already diminished energy. He didn't understand why he was tired. He'd been sleeping all day. Oftentimes, he'd find himself standing behind the railing of the bridge he'd stumbled upon when he was a kid. Back then, the bridge seemed like a fun place to use during hide and seek, but as a teenager, it seemed to serve a different purpose for him. When his thoughts would get too muddy, or the burden of one for all would crush him, he'd be there. Just sitting, thinking about everything. Sometimes, he'd have to force himself to walk away, out of fear that he might actually jump off. He was in class as of now, shooting exasperated glances at the board. Midoriya could feel Todoroki's gaze, burning holes into the back of his head with the sheer intensity of his gaze. Ever since he walked into the classroom, he could feel something was off with the bicolored male, but Midoriya couldn't quite put his finger on it. Sighing, Midoriya continued to make attempts at paying attention to whatever was on the board. He could read the words on it, but he couldn't interpret them. From the minute he woke up, Midoriya felt like complete and utter shit, but decided that he couldn't miss yet another day. His free hand scribbled down the bare essentials of the lesson in messy handwriting that was far too different from his usual print. Midoriya didn't bother with the use of charts or illustrations like before, and wouldn't analyze the tips and strategies Aizawa would teach the class. To be quite simple, he was barely passing. Aizawa noted on more than one occasion to the younger boy that his grades were dropping. Midoriya would only nod, face burning in shame as he would spew another fib about how he'd bring his scores back up again. As if someone like him, someone so incompetent, would ever be good. What a joke. He'd never be as good as or better than the people around him. It was destined since the moment he was born that he'd be the lesser of everyone, the one who was a stepping stone to their successes. Clicking his pen, his other hand needed the yellow stress ball he purchased a while back. Midoriya really didn't understand anything about the lesson, zoning out and missing chunks of information at a time. It didn't help that the exams were nearing even closer, and he was still lacking notes despite the constant borrowing from his peers. The notes he did copy down were too messy and illegible to decipher anything from. He wondered if they would really expel him from UA due to his performance. They'd warned him multiple times now, and his grades were only declining as the days continued, so maybe they would. Midoriya remembered hearing about the entire class that was expelled when he was only a child. He doesn't know why he even thought he'd receive any special treatment or have his teachers let him get away with his mediocre scores. Deku-kun? Uraraka waved her hand in front of the boy's face rapidly. Oh good, you're back. Are you okay? You zoned out? Class ended already. Huh. Midoriya raised his head a little bit, glancing around. When he noticed that indeed his classmates' seats were empty, he felt his face heat up in embarrassment. Sorry, I was just thinking, he apologizes, grabbing his bag and slinging it over one shoulder before standing up, compiling his books lethargically. Uraraka's eyes remained him for another second, a painful, uncomfortable one, before she rested her palm on his shoulder. Midoriya jolted at the sudden contact, looking up at her with a trace of confusion visible in his expression. Are you sure you're all right? She said, sounding hesitant. Ida was right, you've been out of it lately. Already, Midoriya felt his gut twist uncomfortably. He really hated stuff like this. I'm fine, Uraraka-san, he confirmed, forcing the edges of his lips to curve upwards into a faux smile, one that he'd learned how to perfect over the years. Uraraka opened her mouth like she wanted to say something, but closed it. Midoriya knew she'd bring it up later, but he felt relieved that she was dropping it for now. He already had Todoroki watching over him like a hawk. He didn't need Uraraka adding on to that too. Midoriya slowly made his way down the hallway, waving goodbye to Uraraka, who had to leave early in order to talk to Nizu about something that was awfully important. Upon taking his usual seat at the lunch table, Midoriya noticed Ida and Todoroki staring at him as if he'd just chucked a puppy into the stratosphere. It made Midoriya uncomfortable, to say the least. Hey, Midoriya. Todoroki set down his soba noodles for a moment, eyes locking with Midoriya's. Why were you absent yesterday? Are you still sick? Ida asked, concern seeping through his voice and wedging its way into Midoriya's already weak heart. He was making them worry. Midoriya raised his hand behind his head, scratching nervously. I just wasn't feeling. Well, I nearly threw up. Decided it'd be best for me to stay home so I wouldn't get you guys sick, he finally settled, flashing his friends a brief smile to try and convince them that yes, he was fine. He felt his arm twitch as if it was saying, "You liar." Ida opened his mouth to say something but was cut off by Todoroki. You've only missed a day before, Midoriya. You should get it checked out if you're still sick. It's been days, he said, going back to chewing on his soba. Why? Don't worry guys, I will, Midoriya sighed, chopstick stabbing the yolk of the egg in front of him. He watched as the gooey, yellow center oozed onto his rice, inhaling the scent of katsudon. He could always trust his mom's cooking. Midoriya ate slowly but surely, enjoying each and every bite. He'd contribute to the conversation, adding additional information on another hero versus villain fight that had happened recently, or just inserting lighthearted jokes. It'd be a while since Midoriya enjoyed himself like this, where he just felt peaceful. As they prepared to return to their classes, and Midoriya was walking back up with Ida and Todoroki, he spotted Uraraka. She was outside of Nizu's office, waving her hands around frantically to the creature that stood just a bit higher than her hip. They looked immersed, to say the least. Uraraka! Midoriya beamed, waving a hand at her. She tore her eyes off of Nizu, seemingly startled. Though she waved back, she seemed hesitant, something that made Midoriya feel a bit worried. Was what she and Nizu talking about something personal? Maybe something with her family again? Midoriya couldn't help but feel a sudden sense of unease upon approaching his friend. Hey guys, Uraraka smiled, lips wobbly as she approached the three. Ida offered his usual grin, and Todoroki let out a simple, hello. As they began walking, the group immediately began talking, but Midoriya noticed how Uraraka seemed more withdrawn than usual. She was glancing around every once in a while, fidgeting with her fingers subconsciously. One thing he didn't notice, though, was Nizu's lingering gaze as the four of them left for their next class. Izuku Midoriya is dreaming. For Midoriya, sleepless nights were spent outside, in the quaint confines of his balcony. He'd stand there, leaning against the railing whilst peering out on the veranda. Midoriya enjoyed watching the sky fade into a gentle salmon color, stars slowly becoming engulfed in hymns of light until they were no longer visible. He'd get lost in thought, thinking of his issues or just thinking of nothing at all. The way in which he'd observed the birds and other creatures come to life sent a pang through Midoriya's heart for reasons he himself didn't understand. It was almost therapeutic in a way. He wondered, sometimes, what it'd be like to step over the railing. Midoriya wondered what it'd be like to feel the wind rustling, weaving through his thick curls and blowing again his thin, yet taut frame. Of course, he couldn't do that. Urare was aimed with sensors and cameras, and with recent events, the security has only just been getting more strict. Midoriya's sure that if he were to step just a little bit off the edge, he'd have pros coming to swipe him up off his feet and back onto the ground. It'd surely cause a scene, and he could already imagine Minoma, the boy from Class 1B, poking fun at him. Then Midoriya would be placed into a mental institution, stuff would happen, yada yada yada. Recently, they'd be getting screenings too. Apparently the fact that they'd literally had to fight for their lives more than once, coupled with the fact that they'd witnessed classmates on the verge of death, was more than concerning. Mandatory mental health assessments were happening more and more often, and each time, it was getting increasingly more difficult for Midoriya to lie through it. The singed fabric of his hero costume, damp and moistened with mud and dirt, drew his attention away. Midoriya was currently in Recovery Girl's office, waiting for her to finish up healing Todoroki. They'd both been partnered up to fight against Bakugo and Kaminari. While Kaminari, with no offense, was easier to subdue, Bakugo proved to be a challenge even for the two of them. In the end, though, they won, but they bared gnarly wounds to show it. Midoriya praised himself for being able to slip away from Todoroki's prying eyes and change into his hero costume without any trouble, undoubtedly and effectively keeping the wounds on his arm hidden. It was a bit troublesome to fight, though, as Midoriya had to adjust his costume every few seconds due to how it would rub up against his arm uncomfortably. He recalled nearly screaming at Kaken's well-aimed blast that seared part of his already injured wrist, and he tried so hard not to start crying. You'd think that after breaking nearly every bone in your body, to the extent of wearing down your ligaments, that you'd be almost invincible to pain. But it hurt so bad. It felt like someone was taking a needle, putting it under a flame, and then stabbing it directly into his arm. Once, twice, hundreds of times. Midoriya lost count when felt the first few rivulets of blood begin to lick at the bruised skin of his arm. Even after the initial explosion was over, it continued to ache and throb with a sensation Midoriya had never felt before. He'd had his fair share of charred skin, burnt hair, and blisters, filled with fluid and painful to the touch, but it wasn't until then that Midoriya realized just how bad it felt atop fresh cuts. The smell didn't help either, and he truly felt as though he was going to hurl his guts out, in the middle of a fight, with all of his classmates there, watching. Midoriya, it's your turn. Todoroki's voice snaps him out his thoughts. Turning his head to the side, Midoriya bobs his head up and down in the gesture of a nod, making his way toward the reclining bed. He sat down on the soft mattress, feeling it sink below his weight. Todoroki stopped at the doorway, shooting Midoriya one last glance, which didn't go unnoticed. What did you do now? Recovery Girl sighed fondly, punching in the characters on her keyboard. Midoriya flinched, already feeling himself begin to sweat nervously. Kaken just hurt my leg. I was wondering if you could heal me all over, though, just to be sure, he said, forcing his voice to sound leveled and calm, both of which Midoriya wasn't at the moment. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow, jumping down from her spinning chair. If you have any other severe injuries, let me see them, she asked, intertwining her fingers together. I think it might just be a bunch of small ones, but it'd take forever to dress them all. Besides, we have training again tomorrow, he said, hoping he didn't sound too desperate. Recovery Girl nodded, making her way over to Midoriya compliantly. Midoriya sighed, relieved. Smooch. Midoriya felt his wounds begin to sew themselves up together, skin reforming and blood beginning to dry. Already, he felt tired, but was more than jubilated that he wasn't feeling open cuts rub against his costume. Here, Recovery Girl said, extending a lollipop to Midoriya. He took it, unwrapping it hesitantly. Thank you, he mumbled, sticking the lollipop in his mouth and pressing it against his cheek. Peach flavor? All right. Now get out, I have a million other students to treat. And I swear, she said, jabbing her finger directly at a confused Midoriya's face, if you come in here with a broken bone, I will kick you into the sun. Understood. Thank you, Recovery Girl. He beamed gratefully, standing up and making his way to the exit. He was surprised to see Todoroki leaning against the wall of the exit, staring expectantly at him. Midoriya jolted in shock, bringing a hand over his heart in an attempt to steady himself. You scared me, Todoroki-gun, he breathed out, standing up straight and flattening his costume out. Todoroki hummed, the sound reverberating within his throat. Midoriya looked up at his friend, concern edging his expression. You alright? I know you're quiet, but you seem off. I saw. During training, Todoroki said, the implication of his words making Midoriya freeze in the middle of the hallway, hands effing together and eyes widening with shock. How could he have seen? Midoriya wondered with disbelief, before a downright terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could anyone else have seen? No, Todoroki began, and Midoriya cupped his mouth with his hands, cursing himself for speaking aloud. From the angling of the cameras, I don't think anyone else would have noticed. Besides, it was only for a split second. Oh, Midoriya whispered, a relieved gust of. The two continued to walk quietly towards the locker rooms, and Midoriya was surprised when he finally found the courage in himself to break the PRGNT silence. Todoroki-kun, he said, watching Todoroki turn his head to the side in order to gaze at him. I'm sorry. It's fine, Todoroki offered. I don't expect you to immediately stop, but if there's a next time, just come to me. Or someone else. Just do whatever you need to. Turning around, Todoroki faced Midoriya, who had tears threatening to spill down his face. You're my friend, Midoriya. I want to help if I can, he said, and that was when Midoriya felt the dams burst. Hot tears leaked through his eyes that were screwed shut, hands fisted at his side beginning to shake as a sob rose from his throat. Midoriya sobbed, bringing up a hand to cover his face. Through the mass of tears impairing his vision, he could make out Todoroki's solicitous expression, which only sent another pang of regret straight to his heart. I'm so tired, Todoroki-kun, he shuddered, voice coming out shaky and weak as more tears began to flow freely down his cheeks, coming into contact with the tiled floor moment after. We should go somewhere else, Todoroki offered, watching Midoriya let his head bob up and down gently as an indicator of his compliance. They both turned, entering the boys' restrooms. Midoriya understood why Todoroki wanted to get out of the hallway. It was a private conversation, and to be quite honest, Midoriya would probably launch himself into the sun if he ever ran into one of his classmates while in the middle of a mental breakdown. As soon as the door closed, Midoriya leaned against the sink, suddenly feeling as though his legs were going to give out at any given moment. Pins and needles were scraping against his skin, hot and scorching, and oh God, he's really having a panic attack now. Short of breath, Midoriya gasped, trying to take in as much oxygen like a parched man. His hand made its way to his side, nails digging into his thighs so roughly that he was already feeling the blood begin to bead, and yes, blood. Midoriya, Todoroki comforted, placing a steady hand on his shoulder. It's all right. You're fine now, he mumbled, unsure of exactly what he was doing. It wasn't like Todoroki was completely oblivious to the concept of panic attacks. His mother often had them at the hospital when hearing of his father, and if he had to admit, Todoroki used to have them as a child. He recalled the constriction of his airways and how tight his ribcage felt, as though his chest was about to burst. He felt like he was a glass filled to the brim with water, on the verge of spilling. Most of all, it would always exhaust him, leave him with a diminished feeling afterward and an ache in his heart that never quite went away. God, he hated them with a burning passion, and he hated them even more knowing that Midoriya was dealing with them. So, Todoroki sat there with his friend on the cracked bathroom floor, 15 minutes late to class and already deciding that it was worth every second he got to spend, reassuring his friend that yes, he did care. Because that's what friends are for. Izuku Midoriya is hopeful. Todoroki didn't bring up what happened in the bathroom, much to Midoriya's liking. He didn't want to relive the embarrassment and self-hatred he felt as he cried into his friend's shoulder, nor did he want to feel the dreadful anxiety that clawed at his stomach, reminding him with apprehension that someone else may have noticed the self-inflicted wounds on his arm. On the same note, his arm appeared to be healing better. It was a known fact to Midoriya that scar tissue was unavoidable with Recovery Girl's quirk, but with modern technology, scar creams were becoming more effective and more attainable. It wasn't tangible for someone to go out and buy a few, small jars of said product. Since quirks began and crime was on the rise, people found themselves getting injured more and more often. As pros began to face more deadly opponents, the extent of their injured often left gruesome repercussions and, undoubtedly, took a toll on their bodies. And, as a student of Viewed at A's hero course, Midoriya faced real villains. He injured himself more than most kids his age, and the results were evident in his disfigured hand and mangled masses of scar tissue that adorned them. Safe to say, nobody would be suspicious if he were to buy some scar cream, right? So, here he was, excitement flowing through his veins at the mere sight of the Walmart plastic bag, the one that contained the item he'd coveted since morning. Besides scar cream, Midoriya also picked up some makeup, deducing that even if his cuts healed, the aftermath wouldn't be pretty. Not for a while, at least. Midoriya spent hours trying to find shades of concealer and foundation that matched his tone, as well as a color-correcting palette and some brushes. He'd definitely need these in the future, and with the help of a few tutorials he found on some subreddits, he was pretty much good to go. He couldn't lie, he did feel a twinge of embarrassment once he got to the cash register. The cashier, an old man, said something along the lines of, "Way to spoil your girl," which sent Midoriya into a frenzied panic. God, just thinking about it made the heat rise up to his cheeks. For a moment, he wondered if that was what girls felt like when they had to purchase feminine products, but dismissed it was the flick of a wobbly hand and vermilion cheeks. The least he could do was feel proud of himself for having the courage to buy stuff like that. Slowly, he removed the contents from the bag, setting them on the top of his nightstand. He'd later move them to one of his drawers, but as of now, he just had a strange urge to see what he'd purchased for himself. Hell, the cream was $75, and the foundation, concealer, and brushes weren't any more merciful on their price tags. But if this meant nobody would find out, nobody would ever know what he did to himself, then it was well worth it. God, but what would he do if someone found out he had scar cream and makeup in his drawers? Could he just say it was a gift for someone he forgot to give them? What about cross-dressing? No! Midoriya blurted out, slapping a firm hand over his mouth in order to silence himself. He could feel the heat of his cheeks underneath the face of his palm as he squeezed his eyes shut, blood rushing to his face. No cross-dressing, he mumbled, an out-of-breath sigh more than a coherent sentence. Just a gift. I'm not a cross-dresser. God, why did I even think of that? He shrieked, banging his head against his desk out of sheer embarrassment. The sound of his phone chiming shouldn't have alarmed Midoriya in the way it did, sending him into a sputtering, embarrassing mess. One new message. Todoroki, hey 5:32 p.m. Midoriya's eyes scanned the text, once, twice, dozens of times. The text, which in itself seemed eerily melancholic. Like when you go outside and notice that nobody is on the road, that you're the only one there. It was that kind of dread, that kind of unease. Suspicion curled in Midoriya's stomach, but he shot back a rather cheerful text, hoping that it was just him overthinking. Midoriya, hey Todoroki, new 5:34 p.m. When he noticed the 3 bubbles pop up, indicating that Todoroki was typing a response, go down, he quickly shot another text, laying down on his side so he was more comfortable while he typed. Midoriya, is everything alright? 5:35 p.m. Took a while before he received any response. Todoroki, you know how my dad is 5:40 p.m. Midoriya, what happened? 5:40 p.m. Once again, Midoriya received no response. Eyebrows furrowing together, he felt concern begin to knead its way through his stomach, fingers hastily making do on the keyboard of his phone. Midoriya, hello? Todoroki? 5:43 p.m. When he felt like that wasn't enough, he quickly added, do you want me to come over? 5:43 p.m. Maybe Midoriya thought he was crossing a line. Maybe he was jumping too quickly. But Todoroki didn't seem to mind. If anything, his response was almost welcoming, if it weren't for how strange it was. It was like Todoroki wasn't trying to give away any information to Midoriya, that he was holding himself back from spilling everything. Todoroki, I'm not in my room, I'm at the park 5:44 p.m. Todoroki, but sure if you want a 5:44 p.m. Getting off of his bed, Midoriya slowly pushed himself up, feeling a splitting headache begin to settle within his cranium. However, he ignored it, slipping his shoes back on and opening his door to speedwalk towards the exit. He wondered why on earth Todoroki was still outside, considering that their curfew would be taking place in just a few hours, but pushed his assumptions and worried thoughts to the back of his head. Todoroki needed him now, and the least he could do was show up, especially after everything the older boy had done for him. When he finally made his way to the park, the sun had begun to dive below the horizon, clouds covering the sky like a blanket. He took in the familiar sights at the park, such as a woman with her baby in a stroller, someone tossing a ball for their dog to catch, and toddlers playing clumsily with small baseballs, chubby, uncoordinated limbs chucking the ball recklessly. It almost made him smile until he remembered why he was there. "Todoroki-kun?" Midoriya asked, voice echoing throughout the empty, dark park. Looking around, his eyes desperately searched for his friend, until he felt a hand clamp down on his shoulder. "Eek!" Midoriya screeched in surprise, drawing the attention of a few parents, who shot some confused glares at him. Flashing an apologetic glance at them, he turned around, green irises locking with a heterochromatic pair. Any words that Midoriya wanted to say then and there died on his tongue, throat suddenly turning dry. To say that Todoroki looked disheveled would be an understatement, Midoriya figured. His hair stuck up in all directions, red and white strands interlocking messily, frizz making him almost look like Kaken. He looked exhausted, dark circles encompassing his eyes, which held a spiteful look in them. Bruises, dark black and purple, littered his face, dry blood crusted around his nose and chin. With horror, Midoriya realized that some parts of his hair weren't just red mixing with white, it was the blood that had matted into the white, forming tangled knots. The way he held himself wasn't any better too. He was trembling, shoulders taut and ridged as though he was cold, bottom lip rolling between his teeth, a telltale sign of his anxiousness. "Did he do this to you?" Midoriya asked after a few moments, voice shaking with so much anger that he didn't even know he could possess. Todoroki nodded, looking more angry than anything. "Got mad after I yelled at him." "How? What did he say?" "That provoked you, I mean," Midoriya breathed out, still shocked and in the process of comprehending everything. "He just said a few things." "About my mom," Todoroki forced out, jaw clenching in distaste. A flash of hatred crossed his face, but was overcome with a look of sadness. Deciding not to push it any further, Midoriya slowly reached for his friend, placing a soft hand on his back. When Todoroki tensed, going still as if Midoriya's hand was on fire, Midoriya felt something stir within him. He felt Todoroki gradually relax underneath his touch, but his shoulders were still raised cautiously, like he was expecting Midoriya to suddenly sucker punch him. "Want to go back to the dorms? It's cold out here, and we can talk more privately there," Midoriya offered, relieved when Todoroki complied. He knew it wouldn't be any better than staying outside, but he just couldn't stand the pegging feeling of unease every time another adult shot a curious look at him and Todoroki. The walk back was silent, save for Midoriya trying to start conversations with Todoroki, only to hear a curt grunt or receive small nod as affirmation. Eventually, he gave up, deducing that Todoroki probably wasn't in the mood to talk right now. To be fair, he did just get hit by his father, again. Midoriya held the door open for the boy, and the pair hurriedly made their way over to Midoriya's room. Ignoring the calls of their classmates, they entered, shutting and locking the door behind them. Walking over to his bed, Midoriya untied the laces on his shoes, plopping them down on the ground. With a twinge of embarrassment, he took note of the hoodies and other articles of the clothing that lay scattered on the floor. "Sorry about the mess," he smiled sheepishly at Todoroki, standing up to rummage through his closet. Pulling out a pair of black sweatpants, he changed with nonchalance, back facing Todoroki as to not make him feel uncomfortable. "Here," Midoriya gestured, holding out a pair of pajamas that he knew were too big for him, "if you need something to wear." "Sorry if it's too small." Todoroki nodded, removing his hands from the confines of his pockets to grab the breathes gently. Midoriya glanced away while his friend changed, flipping through his hero journal to pass time. The room was silent, the only audible sounds being the rustling of clothes and soft breathing. "Do you still want to talk about it?" Midoriya asked after a beat of silence. When Todoroki glanced at him, eyebrows creasing together, he immediately took back what he said. I mean, if you're comfortable with it. I don't want to rush you or anything," he backtracked, hands flying desperately in the air. "It's just better to talk about these kind of things," he concluded. "No," Todoroki's sharp voice cut through the air, startling Midoriya. "I wouldn't mind talking about it. I'm just tired right now," the older boy exhaled, running a hand through his hair in exasperation. Oh, Midoriya breathed in before he was cut off by Todoroki. I don't want to go back to my room, he stated, gaze dropping and fists clenching. The design, it reminds me too much of my house. Ugh. Do you want to sleep over, then? I can invite Ida-kun if you want, Midoriya offered. It had been a while since he had a sleepover, which of course, was with Bakugo. Todoroki shook his head curtly as his offer, jaw opening in a yawn. No, Todoroki objected, I don't think I want to see anyone else right now, I don't know if I could put up with them, he sighed. I'm not used to being around a lot of people. Midoriya felt proud that Todoroki trusted him so much, but of course, his brain decided to screw things up, once more at the notion of having Todoroki in his room. A thought crossed his mind, one that made his stomach roll with anxiety. But what if he finds the makeup? Will you explain that you're a crossdresser? Would that even make sense? He quietly screamed, rubbing a hand over his burning face. If you ever can't stand being in your room, you can come here. I have an extra futon underneath the bed. Todoroki nodded once more, eyes staring up at the ceiling while he lazily plopped down on Midoriya's bed. It was comfortably silent for a while, the only sounds audible being their soft breathing and the ruffling of the futon as Midoriya rolled it out neatly, before Todoroki spoke. I've never had a sleepover, he mumbled, bringing a hand up to push back his hair. Closing his eyes, he sighed, before opening them to stare at Midoriya. Thanks, Midoriya. Really? He said. Midoriya looked up from his crouched position on the floor, hands fumbling with the white material of the pillow, before flashing Todoroki a reassuring smile. It's no problem, he replied softly before his voice raised slightly in jubilation. That's what friends are for, Todoroki. Izuku Midoriya is terrified. Nightmares weren't an uncommon thing for Midoriya. Hell, they weren't an uncommon thing for anyone in the hero course. It was almost a silent agreement whenever some of them would run into one another in the dead of night, restless and bitter as they reminisced over what they just dreamt. They'd sit together on the lounge, someone would heat up leftovers and they'd eat. If unable to sleep, then they'd both just sit there, maybe talk, until the sun rose. Midoriya's nightmares were a bit different. The jumbled terrors. Scrambled puzzle pieces of memories that never seemed to fit quite right. Everything was scattered, a messy timeline of catastrophic events that somehow made sense within his deluded, hazy self's dream state. When Midoriya went to sleep, he almost always had a nightmare. Sometimes it'd be simple things. Things like dropping his phone and having it crack, embarrassing himself in front of everyone, and everything in between. Those nightmares would be about things he fretted on and worried about constantly, even if they were small. But then there was a different kind of nightmare that he rarely had. Usually just on bad days. Like when he had a dream he relapsed and couldn't bear to look at his arm for the rest of the week. He remembered it clearly. The wet stickiness of the blood as it clung to his shredded legs, the pain, it hurt so much, but he remembered the guilt above all, remembers closing his eyes in hopes of receiving some relief, but instead is faced with something akin to a horror film. Midoriya looked down at himself in confusion, taking in his rather strange appearance. He was standing in front of the building of his elementary school, but everyone around him was from Class 1A, and they were still the same age. He was wearing a regular t-shirt that read, "T-shirt," in big, bolded letters. Strangely enough, he didn't appear to have any cuts. Deku-kun. Uraraka called out to him from the entrance, waving a friendly hand at the startled boy. Ida, Todoroki, and even Kaminari, Ashido, Siro, and Kirishima waved at him. It was fall where he currently was. Inhaling, Midoriya felt the fresh air deep into his lungs, the smell of pine cones and herbal essences making him feel dizzily nostalgic. The colors of the trees, brightly saturated and imbibed with various hues, made his eyes widen. It was so appealing. Suddenly, Midoriya wasn't outside anymore. He felt cold. So cold. I can't, Midoriya sobbed, shepherding the razor back up to his face. Dry, coagulated blood decorated the metal as though it were some kind of morbid incrementation. He remembers this. The AC hummed in the background, drowning out some of the freckled boy's cries. He continued to add cut upon cut to the myriad of scabs he accumulated on his thighs, feeling the blood dribble down past his leg as he brought his knees up to his chest in order to get a better view of what he'd done to himself. He already bandaged it hurriedly, fearing that if he left it out any longer he'd catch an infection. It didn't feel like enough, though. Inhale. Go. Searing hot pain. Midoriya didn't feel any of it. Instead, he felt nothing, the blood that pounded through his ears and the adrenaline running through him canceling out his surroundings, acting as a faux white noise as his blood turned cold, horror manifesting itself deep within his gut. It took a few seconds for it to register. The cut Midoriya made was deeper than any of the ones he'd ever made, spanning across a good portion of his thigh, say maybe an inch or two long, and all the way down to the white layer, even cutting through the bandages he placed on his previous cuts. Midoriya was still, deadly silent as he watched the blood begin to seep from the corner of the cut, and then, it finally hit him, how badly he'd just effed up. Oh God, he breathed out. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, he sobbed, immediately reaching for the pile of tissues that sat next to him, making the bed creak under his weight. I'm sorry, he continued to cry out desperately to nobody, shifting on his bed. I'm sorry. Midoriya broke into a guttural sob that made his entire body shake, fat tears and snot rolling down his chin. He felt so small. So weak. So useless. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Blood. Cold. Water. Alcohol. Burning. Be realistic. Stupid Deku. You can't be a hero. Why does it hurt so much? Lights, Midoriya mumbled to himself, fingers grazing the lamp, turning it off. Tired. So tired. Why can't he sleep forever? What? It's sticky, clings his clothes to his mutilated legs. It's drying though. Blood, he recalls, completely lost in his disassociation. Half-lidded eyes that hold nothing in them. Cracked lips, barely moving with each gust of air against them. Twitching hands. Tears. So many tears. Thirts make it stop. Make it stop. Closed eyes. Soft breaths. Endorphins that cease their flow. Blood that begins to dry, forming scars that will eventually fade in due time. He finally feels at peace. Someone once told Midoriya he could become a hero. Someone gave him a quirk. Someone spent months training him to become the ideal vessel, suitable for holding powers incomprehensible to man, in order to become the next #1 hero. Really, it was hard to believe that the shaking, trembling mess that was himself, covering from head to toe in sweat, face shining with tears and snot, would ever become so powerful as to claim such a title. He was surprised he wasn't screaming like last time. When he woke up, he felt strangely hollow. His chest was empty, and he was devoid of all feelings. Nothing. Huffing, Midoriya grimaced at the dampness of his t-shirt, yanking it off his head and carelessly tossing it on the floor. The good thing about having his scars healed by Recovery Girl was the fact that he could finally do things like this, and didn't have to worry about changing in the locker rooms anymore. The scar cream had already begun to show results, too, and it had been nearly a week or two since he started using it. Grimacing at the light that had begun to pool in through his window, his eyes went wide, body going stiff in horror upon coming to a dreaded realization. Scrambling, he reached for his phone, turning the device on. 5:43, Shiit. It read big and in bold white letters that seemed to laugh back at the frustrated young boy. Until he looked at the date. Saturday. Thank God, Midoriya sighed, shutting his phone off and closing his eyes, flopping down on his bed. Running a hand through the mass of untamed, green curls known as his hair, feeling the sweat that had begun to bead at his hairline. Midoriya's eyelids fluttered open, focusing his stare at the white ceiling above him while he traipsed within his thoughts. He didn't know how long had passed, or how he managed to get so lost while thinking, but a distinct knock at his door sent him nearly jolting out of bed. Hello? Midoriya asked wearily from his bed, waiting for a response. Deku-kun. Uraraka's cheerful, carefree voice rang clearly, making relief edge its way into Midoriya's unreasonable anxiousness. We're all going out. Do you want to come along? Midoriya stood up, walking over to the door. Sure, he said, his reply sounding more like a question than an answer. Turning the knob, he swung the door open, revealing none other than Uraraka. What time is everyone going? Yes, just to be sure. 1 o'clock. We're going to Ginza. Most of us are going by train, and those that are meeting up by the entrance, she explained. Once we get there, we'll meet up by the McDonald's. Oh, thanks, Uraraka. He beamed, forcing a smile that made his cheeks hurt with the effort of heaving them up. I'll be sure to see you and everyone there. Why yeah, she smiled. See, Deku. They waved at one another, telling goodbyes before parting ways. Midoriya waited until Uraraka fully disappeared before shutting his door, sighing in exhaustion. It wasn't her or anything, but just talking to people seemed to drain him, and he'd have to hang out with around 19 of them later. Walking back to his bed, Midoriya fell on his stomach, face pressed into the pillow. Lifting his head up slightly, he peeked out from the fabric, spotting his phone. Picking said device up, he turned his ringer on, putting his volume all the way up, and set an alarm for 12 o'clock, ignoring the fact that he had no notifications. He really needed a nap at the moment and was too tired to even feel lonely or even hate himself. Groaning, Midoriya released the grip he had on his phone, hand slackening. It fell to the bed with a thump, and Midoriya was too lazy to even put it on his nightstand. Turning on his side, he sighed, pulling his sheets up. Clutching his extra pillow, he shut his eyes, hoping to feel more alive when he finally woke up. It was so warm. Stifling a yawn, Midoriya's eyes opened ever so slowly, bringing him back to reality. His nap must have been shorter than he anticipated it would be. He grunted, stretching. He wished there were more days like this. Days where he would just relax. No school. No villains. He wasn't Deku or All Might's successor, the next #1 hero. Here, he was just Izuku Midoriya. Should I even go? Midoriya questioned, turning his phone on. Eyelids heavy with sleep, he hazily scrolled through his phone, shooting a quick text to the Class 1A group chat that Yaoyorozu and Ida made that he wouldn't be going because he was feeling sick. Such a tragedy. He never really used the group chat, in all honesty. Kaminari and Ashido had somehow managed to bribe a clueless Ida and Yaoyorozu into making it. Midoriya suspects that they told the pair it'd just be a good class bonding tool, or something along those lines. Ida and Yaoyorozu were pretty clueless when it came to their antics. Midoriya had to mute the chat, not even a day after it was created. He left, multiple times actually, but was always added back. He didn't even know how they had his number. He only had Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo saved. The chat in itself was a mess, to say the least. Midoriya once thought he'd give it a chance, but after logging on and seeing a photo of Kaminari's toes with the caption, "Give me your toes," he felt a little shocked. That was the last time he ever opened any messages in that godforsaken chat. Until now. Whatever. If they think something's wrong with him, then oh well. Midoriya doesn't know why he's so irritated today, and a small part of him wonders if this is what Kaken feels like. He wants to punch something. Or someone. Depends on who it is, really. I'll go to the gym ladders, pshman. He hisses into his pillow. For now, he just wanted to sleep. Sleep over who? Socializing who? Actually showing up to plans he promised to attend instead of using transparent excuses to try and mask the real reason because he's too depressed and anxious to even get out of bed who? Not very funny, he says through gritted teeth, seemingly talking to himself. A pit of guilt forms in his stomach for lying to Uraraka like that, but he pushes it to the back of his mind for later. He's still so tired. Midoriya woke up sometime during the night. He couldn't tell. Everything was dark. Summoning all his strength, he stood up, overcome with a wave of dizziness that sent him reeling. Groaning, Midoriya fumbled around what he thought was his lamp, pressing the button on it. Light flourished throughout his room, and although it made his headache worse and caused him to squint his eyes, it was still better than being encased within the confines of the dark. Midoriya glanced back at his bed, reaching for his phone. He must have turned his alarm off, he guessed, since he never woke up. Switching the device on, he went through his notifications, or lack thereof. Sighing, Midoriya ran a hand over his face, exiting the app he was on and instead going onto one of the apps Ishido and Uraraka forced him to download. Immediately, his phone was flooded with photos, feed updating at a startling pace. Photos of his classmates, smiling together with wrinkled eyes and crooked teeth made his heart clench, and he himself couldn't stop the small tug of his lips at the sight. Scrolling down, Midoriya sat back onto his bed, getting in a more comfortable position as he browsed through the various posts. He felt another small pang of loneliness and the bitter aftertaste of regret, but ignored it, not wanting to ruin whatever he was currently feeling, something borderline nostalgic. He remembered when he used to go do stuff with Bakugo all the time as children, back when the latter male didn't absolutely hate Midoriya. They used to have playdates all the time, playdates that allowed Midoriya to get closer to Bakugo. Back when they used to be so close, sleeping with their legs tangled together underneath the futon, the hum of the AC perpetuated by the sound of soft breathing and occasional sighs. Midoriya glanced at the empty spot on his bed, lips curving into an unsteady smile. He didn't know why he was smiling. It hurt. It hurt so much. Why did it even hurt? He's the one that didn't go. Why is he getting upset over being alone? Midoriya pressed himself into the cocoon of blankets surrounding his balled-up form, hand cupping his face. He didn't sleep but spent the night recalling memories, some making his skin flush, some forcing a few tears from him, and some drawing an almost dejected sense of hope from the flawed boy. Izuku, why are you so stupid? The flick that landed on his forehead made Midoriya yelp, cupping the abused area with his hands. What was that for, Kaken? He complained. Ow. Stupid, Bakugo mumbled, turning around so that his back faced a confused Midoriya. Kaken, Midoriya fretted, are you all right? He spoke, hovering a cautious hand above his shoulder, contemplating whether or not to bring it down. Of course I'm fine. Bakugo seethed, snapping. Midoriya knew it was useless to try and offer him anything right now. Bakugo wasn't one to have heartfelt conversations at the ass crack of dawn, anyway. So, he merely responded with a meek nod, hiding under the blankets. He could feel the other side of the bed, how it dipped underneath the other boy, and the heat radiating from his body. Making sure the older boy was asleep, Midoriya moved closer towards his unaware figure, reveling in how warm it was. A human heater, his young brain supplied. Inhaling, Midoriya smelled the familiar scent of nitroglycerin, lips tugging in a smile as he spoke softly, sure not to awake Bakugo. Good night, Kaken. Izuku Midoriya is hopeless. The clock reads 2:34 a.m. Midoriya's eyelids flutter open, seemingly coming back to life. He can feel a few stray tears running down his cheeks, eventually onto his damp pillow. Cold. The tears are cold. They burn against his skin, akin to acid. Shifting onto his side, Midoriya grips his other pillow tightly, clutching it to his chest. He pretends it's the warm, welcome embrace of his mother. He feels nothing. Midoriya presses his face into the pillow, inhaling deeply. The scent of cheap laundry detergent and lilac is barely there, but it sends him reeling through a tidal wave of memories. He remembers the good and the bad. He remembers what true happiness was like. He remembers what it was like to be on the verge of death, to fight tooth and nail just for another day. He remembers what it was like to live. Midoriya spares a glance at the bandages spanning across his arm. Numb. Everything is numb. Midoriya can hear himself speaking to Uraraka and Ida, but it's all muffled, drowned out by a deafening crescendo of nothingness. He can't feel it when Uraraka places a worried hand over his shoulder. He can't even bring himself to smile. Numb. He isn't even aware of why he was downstairs in the first place, but now he's suddenly in his room again, consumed by the pitch-black darkness encompassing the vicinity. Everything is muddy. All Midoriya can do is lay down and stare at his wall, memorizing the minuscule crevices, the chipping paint, and the barely noticeable dents from when he'd clumsily fallen. The All Might poster on his wall smiles at him dauntingly. Midoriya shifts uncomfortably, his mentor's words ringing in his head. It's better to be realistic, kid. Realistic. Everyone told him that. To wake up and see that he couldn't become a hero. Midoriya doesn't know why he ever tried, why he's still trying. He's stupid, worthless, Everyone is better off without him. You're disgusting. Still trying even though you're quirkless. Breathe. Why can't Midoriya breathe? Everything seems to be drawing in on him. Pins and needles begin to prick his skin, switching from hot to cold and all over again. The All Might poster stares down at him with piercing blue eyes, almost as if he knows of the scars littering his arms and thighs, of how utterly useless he is, and if you believe they're holding your quirk over in the next world, you should just take a dive off the roof. He's choking. He can't breathe. Everything hurts, and why can't he just die? Midoriya's hands make their way to his hair. He can feel them, weaving through unruly locks as he pulls. He just wants to die. Izuku Midoriya is losing. Midoriya never really understood love. Maybe his lack of opinion came from the police calls to his apartment, the repressed memories and dissociation that he desperately tries to avoid. But sometimes he wants to remember. Wants to know if it was really abuse, or if he's just overreacting as per usual. Maybe his lack of opinion came from observing Todoroki's situation. The boy had it far worse than him, but Midoriya couldn't even confirm that because he didn't even remember anything about his own childhood. Nonetheless, Todoroki shouldn't have to be bothered with listening to Midoriya's stories of men and women dressed professionally, who spoke in faux tones of pity and kindness to him, who questioned him relentlessly on his father. Because he had it easy. He was just overreacting. Or maybe it was the birthday parties that would be held in the safety of his kitchen. The leftover cake that would remain untouched in his fridge because there was nobody beside him and his mother to eat it. How he could go to his room anxiously afterwards, checking his notifications vehemently to no avail. How he would muffle a sob between the face of his palm, gently rocking back and forth on his bed as though he could shake away the thoughts that persisted after him. How he'd wake up in the morning and go to school, and repeat it all a year later. Midoriya never really understood love. There was something about a family that made Midoriya's stomach churn with disgust. It surprised even him, considering how much he empathized with others and relished in close bonds. But that didn't stop the waves of abhorrence from lolling in his gut. There was something so overly compassionate about families that just disgusted him. There was no better word for it. He hated the idea of being vulnerable in front of such a large group of people if he ever were to have any. He, the class crybaby who wore his heart on his sleeve, felt disgusted by the dynamics of a family. Imagining it didn't make it any better. It'll get better, he could picture them saying, stroking his head as another hand rubbing soothing circles into his back. But he didn't want that. Didn't want anyone knowing his was suffering and offering him that overly sappy, overly concerned piece of CRP that they dubbed reassurance and support. It made the hairs on the back of his neck raise and the back of his throat burn with bile. Because where were they when Mom was yelling at Dad and Midoriya was hiding behind her, hiding from that thing he called his father? Rocking back and forth, hands cupped over his ears to block out the onslaught of screeches, with a steady stream of tears running down his freckled cheek. When he clambered onto Mom's bed hurriedly, running because he made Dad mad again, and was forced to watch as the two of them ignited into another screaming match that either ended with Midoriya talking to the kind lady from the police department or his mom rubbing the bruises on his back gently and, where were they? Calm down, bootleg Kakin. When he hears his alarm blare, he shuts it off with haste, bringing his hands up to wipe frustrated tears. He contemplates. Wonders if he really has to go. If it's really that important. Oh, but then again his grades are plummeting and his once perfect attendance record is going down the drain and he just feels tired, so irrevocably tired, wants to sit in bed all day but at the same time is too restless to even close his eyes. But he's fine. He has to be fine. Nothing is wrong. He's managing himself just perfectly. Wrong, the scabs on his arms scream. You're so wrong. Maybe he isn't fine. Maybe he doesn't know what he's doing anymore, or what he's going to do. But that's also fine, Midoriya thinks. Someone like him deserves to die. Instead of thinking, because he knows that the outcome of him being alone with his thoughts is never pretty, he gets dressed, the action coming almost robotically. He feels like an empty shell of what he used to be, running on the bare minimum of whatever minimal energy he had left. That's what he gets for living off of nothing but granola bars and water, he muses. And so Midoriya arrives to class just before the bell rings and takes his seat, pencil and notebook on his desk with last night's homework out. As he fixes his posture and folds his hands neatly until he looks like a model student, a good boy, he wonders why he ever thought something was wrong. He's fine, he nabs at himself, repressing the urge to itch at his bandaged forearms. Everything is fine. Izuku Midoriya is desperate. It's late at night when Todoroki startles in his bed, eyes fluttering open. There's something strange in the air, something he can't quite place, but he has the indescribable urge to get out, go to the living room, go. The cool wooden floors of his bedroom creak under his weight as he walks hesitantly to his door, opening it and glancing at the dark hallways before him. He always hated the dark. But something was wrong, he didn't know how to describe it. All he knew was he had to hurry. Making his way down the corridors, he travels downstairs to see what exactly woke him up. The living room was softly illuminated by the white light coming from Midoriya's phone, said boy hunched over the couch, his figure trembling. Midoriya? Todoroki's voice comes out hushed, quiet. Immediately, Midoriya's head snaps to face him and he lets out a broken sob, curling in on himself. Todoroki-kun. He cries, eyes squeezing shut. Grimacing, Todoroki slowly makes his way over to his distressed friend, careful not to startle him. What's wrong? He asks, taking a seat on the edge of the couch. Midoriya glances up at him wearily, and now Todoroki can clearly see the tears flowing freely down his cheeks, face red and blotchy and hair a tangled mess. It brings a pang of sadness to hit him, seeing his friend so upset and being able to do nothing. I don't know, I just woke up, and Midoriya pauses through his quick, panicked breathing. I can't breathe, Todoroki-gun, he sobs, bringing a hand up to weave through his thick hair and tugging, eliciting a small whimper. It's okay, Midoriya, Todoroki soothes, frowning at how his words come out. He doesn't know what to say, just wishes his friend would feel okay because Midoriya doesn't deserve any of this. Let's go back to my room, he offers, and Midoriya nods weakly. Todoroki helps him stand up, too aware of the way his green-haired friend is shaking and trembling so violently. Wait. Midoriya pleads, and Todoroki stops for a moment, staring at him quizzically. I just need to grab my notebook. Midoriya sputters, scrambling for the book which Todoroki hadn't even noticed up until now. Once he grabbed what he needed, they continued making their way back to Todoroki's room. Plopping down on the chair, Midoriya brought his knees up to his chest, sighing. It's quiet for a few moments, both relishing in the silence of the early morning. I'm really glad I met you guys. Midoriya is the first to break the silence, a small smile finding its place on his features. I probably would have killed myself if not for you all. You guys mean the world to me. Todoroki clenches his jaw, the sudden confession startling him. Midoriya looks up for a second, and they both make eye contact before the green-haired boy's gaze snaps back to his knees in shame. I'm glad you're still here, Todoroki says, eyes still focused on Midoriya, who refuses to meet his stare. I'm also glad that I met you as well. If not for you and the others, I wouldn't have used my fire by now. Smiling, Midoriya glances up at Todoroki. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. Letting out a small laugh, Midoriya wipes some of the wetness from his face off. All right, Todoroki-kun. In the morning, Todoroki wakes up with a stiff neck and sore body, presumably from getting so little rest. Groaning, he rubs the sleep from his face and stands up shakily, allowing his eyes to adjust to the light pouring in through his window. After showering and getting dressed, he notices something on his desk while gathering his books. A small notebook with a light blue cover that said, Hero Analysis for the Future, and tracing a curious finger along the burnt cover, he frowns. It would be rude of him to snoop, but wondered what kind of notes his classmate kept on him, if there was anything he could improve about himself. Pushing the guilt to the back of his mind, Todoroki carefully lifts the book, skimming through drawings of countless pro-heroes to find his. He assumes that he went way too far in the beginning, because there aren't any pictures on this page. Just messy handwriting, and as Todoroki's eyes stare at the sloppy handwriting in front of him, he feels his blood turn cold. When Midoriya asks for his notebook back later in class, claiming apologetically that he forgot to grab it before he left, Todoroki hesitantly hands it back and ignores the memory flashing through his mind of last night. And as his green-haired friend turns and leaves to greet Ida and Uraraka, Todoroki can't help the pang of guilt that runs through him, hand clenching around his phone, suddenly feeling as though it weighs 10 times more. Turning the device on, Todoroki slowly pulls up his camera roll, scrolling until he lands upon one image, the most recent one. I'm sorry, Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya is secretive. Class feels agonizingly slow, every minute and second sloshing by like molasses. Todoroki, Uraraka, and Ida all give him concerned stares throughout class when they think he's not looking, and Midoriya can only fidget under their intense gazes while waiting for class to be over. By the time he's out of school, Midoriya feels exhausted, just wanting to close his eyes and get rid of the heaviness that weighs them down. Grabbing his bat and lazily throwing it over one shoulder, he walks to the station with his headphones in, music blasting. As soon as he gets back to the dorms, he shrugs off his uniform and collapses on his bed with a pleased groan. They had training tomorrow, so it wouldn't hurt to sleep early, right? It's totally normal to sleep at 3 p.m., right? Too tired to be worried about the practicality of what he was currently doing, Midoriya shuts his eyes and feels himself being dragged into another restless sleep. He wakes up in a cold sweat, hand clutched over his heart and breathing loudly in the silence of his room. Green eyes scan every inch of his room, hyper-aware of the darkness lingering in the corners of his walls and of every little sound. Gulping, Midoriya notices the dryness of his throat and stands up, ignoring the incoming wave of dizziness in order to march downstairs, not caring about how loud his footfalls were. He spends the next few minutes rummaging through the kitchen. It's been a while since he's managed to eat anything other than junk food and snacks, and with how bad his stomach is aching, he wouldn't mind some real food. Eventually, he settles for cup noodles and yogurt, and continues to eat quietly while seated on the kitchen counter, tracing shapes into the floor. His eyes still linger and snap to focus on random parts of the now dark dormitory, heart racing in fear, but Midoriya isn't sure what exactly he's afraid of. The sun begins to crest over the horizon from what little Midoriya can see out of the corner of his eyes, and by then the now empty cup of noodles has been neglected on the kitchen counter. He lets out a sigh, shifting on the couch and pulling his knees close to his chest, burying his head between them. He's so tired. Shudo Todoroki is worried. The smell of paperwork and old carpets has never seemed so intimidating for Todoroki. The hairs on his neck raise, sensations running up his back as he waits patiently for All Might. Am I doing the right thing? You saw for yourself. It's better to have him mad at you rather than dead because you didn't say anything. Am I doing the right thing? Young Todoroki. All Might greets boisterously. Todoroki nearly jumps in his seat but forces a strained, hello, back. The lanky man who he has grown more accustomed to. Seeing takes a seat in front of him, folding his hands and placing them on his lap. I take it you're here to talk about young Midoriya, no? Todoroki nods. All Might sighs. I've been worried about him myself. Such a self-sacrificial one. But who am I to talk? Todoroki hums in agreement. So what is it exactly you came here to talk about? Todoroki's fingers, which drum against the armrests, stop their ministrations. He stops moving entirely for a second, contemplating his words carefully. The scars on his friend's arm, the excuses pushed through forced smiles and excuses that flow like a stream, careful, like he practiced reciting them many times. The bloody tissues shoved under heaps of blank paper and the glints of metal that peek through in the garbage bins. The nightmares. The confessions through sobs late at night. The entry in his notebook. What is it exactly you came here to talk about? The words feel weird on his tongue, I think. He isn't in a good place. Way to go, his brain fires. He's always been disastrously blunt, but now can't seem to state the obvious he's always known. All Might leans in, clearly interested, waiting for Todoroki to elaborate. He breathes in deeply, forcing his nerves down. What is it, young Todoroki? All Might asks, clearly worried. You can tell me. Tell him. Tell him. You can trust All Might. Midoriya will get treatment. He'll improve. He won't die. He can't. He can't. I would have killed myself. Immediately, Todoroki gets a flash and image that for a split second makes his stomach curdle. Midoriya's perched on the ledge of the window, legs dangling freely as he stares down with something unreadable in his expression. Todoroki can only watch as his friend, his very first friend, jumps. He jumped. He's dead. He's dead and it's Todoroki's fault because he could have done something. He should v. Instead of speaking, because he really doesn't trust himself with talking right now, Todoroki hesitantly pulls out his phone and scrolls through his photo album until landing upon a single image, slightly shaky, of an open notebook. Midoriya's notebook. The man in front of him is deathly still, expression pale, face drained of any color. It's silent. Todoroki can hear his heartbeat and red breathing, wondering to himself if this was the right decision after all. After a few beats of silence, All Might speaks up. "That I see," is all that All Might says, clearly heartbroken, but not bothering to conceal how it shows on his face. His clothes rustle as he moves to stand up. Todoroki stares at the hand, outstretched, in front of his face. "Thank you for telling me." Izuku Midoriya is melancholic. The bed creaks underneath the weight of Midoriya as he shuffles about, hands clutching an extra pillow firmly to his chest. Burying his face in it, he sighs, trying to halt the flow of self-deprecating thoughts that run through his brain faster than he can perceive them. Loneliness. Sadness. Frustration. He can't tell what he's feeling, but it's rattling him to his core, shaking his entire being with what Midoriya can only presume as a cold emptiness. School seems like an impossibility for Midoriya at the moment. He just wants to go there, lay his head down on the desk and sleep. He wants to ignore everybody. He just wants peace. Midoriya is tired. So very tired, the kind of aching exhaustion that seeps into your bones, weighing you down like a sponge being soaked with water. It keeps him held firmly in place, bound by the lethargy and fatigue that plague his senses. Midoriya is tired, and he wishes he could do something about that. He wishes because after what happened in the living room, Todoroki's gotten more observant, more focused on the smaller details revolving around Midoriya. He notices the drawn-out excuses, the flash of emptiness in his eyes when his forced smile won't even conceal the disdain bubbling underneath, the way his fidgets with his sleeves whenever asked about how he's feeling, everything. Once upon a time, Midoriya Izuku was happy. Something that made him scoff now, but he couldn't help the want that he felt whenever looking at childhood photos of himself. He often wondered what his younger self would say if they were to find out how messed up he was now. Slap him maybe? Most likely yell at him, tell him to stop acting like this and focus on being a hero. Probably tell him that he can't be a hero if he's so fed up in the head. Midoriya sighed, hands slipping underneath the hem of his shirt and crawling up his abdomen. He felt the plane of hard, toned skin, but also the rugged, mangled scar tissue that littered his body. Tracing a cautionary finger over the scars that span like spiderwebs across his side, he held back a GG, feeling almost nauseated while touching them. It wasn't the only scar Bakugo gave him, but it was just the one that hurt the most. He still could recall it, the inflated blisters that popped and peeled away painfully to reveal angry, red flesh that hurt to graze, the stench of burnt sinew mixed with blood and cloth, the pain, oh it hurt so bad. Broken limbs and shattered bones were nothing compared to the sensation of your own skin bursting with fluid. Midoriya retracted his arm from his stomach, breathing coming out shaky. Dragging a hand over his face, he ran his fingers through his hair, combing through the mass of unruly locks. Some days he just doesn't feel like the successor of All Might. Some days, most days actually, he just feels overwhelmed. It's a heavy weight that rests over his entire body, one that cripples him, that has the minute he ate that godforsaken piece of hair, since the entrance exam, since the fight with Kaken. Some days he doesn't feel like himself. The phone on his nightstand stares at him expectantly, almost beckoning him, daring him to call Todoroki or Uraraka or Almi. No, Midoriya hisses through gritted teeth, fists clenching. He can't do that. Not to All Might. As for Todoroki, Midoriya wasn't keen on bothering him any more than he already had. They hadn't brought up what happened at the park that afternoon. Midoriya knew Todoroki wasn't used to opening up at all, something he understood personally, and wanted to give him some space, but there was this tension between the two. Midoriya could feel it. The awkward, almost apprehensive atmosphere whenever he was left in solitude with Todoroki. He was also speaking less, and while he was naturally reserved and quiet, he didn't even talk to Midoriya now, which said a lot. So, Midoriya opted to do something he'd done for the longest time: ignore his problems and just sleep it off. Hope that maybe he'll die of natural causes somewhere during his nightmares. Something like that. Midoriya didn't necessarily want to die, rather, he just wanted something akin to sleep. He just wanted to be able to close his eyes and forget about everything, all his anxieties, everything that had been troubling him since childhood, all the pain. He just wanted a state of nothingness where he didn't really have to think or feel anything, but at the same time, he didn't want to die. No, because dying meant he would never be able to see All Might smile. It meant he'd never get another chance to possibly fix his relationship with Kaken, to feel happy again. Dying meant throwing away everything he'd been given, by All Might, by Aizawa, by his mom. He couldn't do that to them. He couldn't. As if on cue, Midoriya's phone buzzed, snapping him out of his muddy thoughts and clearing the smoke in his head. Groaning, he reached over to his nightstand and picked up the device. Nearly dropped it once he read the message that was displayed on his screen. All Might, young Midoriya. 2:21 p.m. All Might, would you like to get food? 2:21 p.m. Midoriya's fingers hovered over the keyboard on his phone, the heaviness on his chest and guilt only weighing him down further. He didn't want to disappoint All Might any further than he already had, but the idea of getting food, it made him want to retch. He couldn't really stomach anything right now. However, he began typing before he could stop himself. Midoriya, sure. But 2:27 p.m. It seemed strange to Midoriya that his mentor wanted to get food at such a random moment, but it didn't sound too bad really. Midoriya needed a distraction, something to do other than reminisce about all the bad moments in the confines of his room. Midoriya, alone, and thinking weren't exactly the best of combinations, which the scars on his arms and legs could testify for. But there was another thing that being with his mentor could enable him to do, which the aching in his chest, as if he was ready to burst with the number of responsibilities he was carrying, could testify for. All Might, it's a surprise. Meet me at 3 at Dagoba. 2:28 p.m. Midoriya, all right. Happy face, 2:28 p.m. It occurred to Midoriya just how strange his current predicament was. All Might was messaging him. The All Might. And he was internally refusing? God, if only middle school him could see what he was doing with his life right now. Really? Back then he would have had a heart attack just from seeing the hero himself. Now he has his quirk and is his successor, so much changed in the span of such a short time. He went from a quirkless nobody to kind of a somebody with a good quirk and a couple of friends. And yet he was still sad. Shaking his head, Midoriya stood up, climbing off of his bed. Walking to his small closet, he pulled out whatever seemed the most comfortable, settling into that for the time being. He wanted to get ready early, as he knew he'd probably fall asleep on accident and arrive at the beach late. Opening his door, Midoriya made his way downstairs, to the lounge. There, he spotted a few of his classmates either reading, scrolling through their phones, or talking amongst one another. He couldn't really remember the last time he did anything here, probably when he actually felt fine, yet it still struck a chord of nostalgia within him. Oh, hey Midoriya, Kaminari announced. Kirishima and Shiro's heads turned to face him, and Midoriya shifted uncomfortably at the sudden attention. Hey guys, he forced, rubbing his arm nervously. Is this spot taken? He questioned, motioning to the couch next to Shiro, who was standing up. No, you can sit if you want, Shiro said. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Midoriya took the empty spot, not wanting to spend an hour of waiting standing up. He let the voices of his classmates drown out everything else, head tilting back in relief. Almost as if on cue, the door slammed open rather brashly, announcing the arrival of Bakugo. Cold air rushed in before the blonde shut the door behind him, Kirishima trailing behind him. Midoriya had to physically and mentally stop himself from flinching at the sound, memories of dark, empty classrooms and bubbling burn marks that still ached, infiltrating his already crumbling self-perseverance. Turning his head, Midoriya cleared his throat, greeting his childhood friend companion. Hi, Kaken. Midoriya managed to stutter out, supplying Bakugo with a sheepish smile that only seemed to elevate the blonde's irritation. Shut up, the older male sneered, shoving his hands into the recesses of his pockets and making his way toward his group of friends. Midoriya opened his mouth, but the words never came out. He wished he could be close with Bakugo again. Midoriya longed for the distance, which spanned across entire oceans, between them to finally close. Midoriya just wanted Kaken back. It was hard to imagine that at one point, they were both inseparable, the best of friends. They weren't as close as they were back then, but their relationship was improving, which was clear enough. They'd gone from being unable to even hold a proper conversation to encouraging one another during battle trials and even giving each other advice on how to further improve their combat and use of their quirks. But Midoriya couldn't help but wish that he and Bakugo were more than just. If there was a word to describe whatever relationship they had, Midoriya hadn't found it yet. Friends? Enemies? Frenemies? What were they? Deciding to stop himself for prodding any further, Midoriya sighed, resting his head against the couch and closing his eyes. Getting an average of 4 hours of sleep a night really did take a toll on someone's body, something Midoriya had just figured out. He dreamt of nothing in particular, which was something new. Usually, he'd have nightmares and would wake up on the verge of screaming, tears streaming down his face and with a hand clutched over his chest, heart beating erratically. Unfortunately, this moment of peace was disturbed by muffled words that gradually became more louder. With a startling sense of clarity, Midoriya realized he was waking up. Despite how hard Midoriya tried to ignore the voices and gentle poking at his sleeping form so he could resume the state of peacefulness he was in previously, he couldn't take it for much longer. Irritated, his eyes snapped open, staring dead-on at Kaminari, who screeched, flailing. His classmates, which were really only just Kirishima, Kaminari, and Ishido, were crowding around him, which 1, confused him beyond belief, and 2, sent his anxiety through the roof. Ugh, Midoriya groaned, stretching. His voice sounded strange, gravelly as he spoke. Why is everyone around me? You fell asleep, dude. We were just waking you up because someone was calling you, Kirishima offered. You should have let him continue sleeping, Kirishima, Ishido groaned. He looked so cute. Look, Midoriya. Ishido gushed. Suddenly, a phone was shoved in his face. Midoriya raised an eyebrow questioningly, watching as Ishido urged him to look at the photo. It was him, no surprise. His head drooped aside while he rested on the couch, arms drawn around his knees, dark, green curls looking like a bush or a nest atop his head. A filter of a bunny made itself known on his face, adding a small, triangular nose and ears drawn in crayon to his features. Midoriya gagged. What's with that reaction? Kaminari hollered, laughing. Ishido looked as though Midoriya had just offended her entire family, snatching her phone back as she typed hastily on the device. I wonder what would happen if I were to send these to the group chat. Ishido hummed thoughtfully. The pinkette held her phone up for her to read, a devilish smirk plastered across her face as her finger hovered over the send button. Don't! Midoriya cried out. What happened at the sports festival had already become a running joke, and his classmates only stopped sending pictures of him blowing his limbs up after he asked them to. Fine. But can you send the photo of Bakugo falling from yesterday instead? Kaminari asked, stifling a snort. He's gonna kill me, Ishido snickered, eyes glinting deviously. He'll have to get through me first. Besides, if you died, I wouldn't have anyone to share brain cells with, Kaminari pouted, tone dripping with exaggerated sadness. Kirishima's voice rang loudly in protest from the couch. Hey, Baku bro isn't that bad once you... Shut up. Pulling out his phone in the meantime, Midoriya glanced at the time, disappointed to find that only around 40 minutes had passed. Opening his messages, he scrolled through his exchanges with all might, a feeling akin to comfort flooding his senses. Oh, Ishido cooed from the kitchen. Midoriya jolted, nearly dropping his phone. He hadn't even gotten the chance to spot her amongst the sea of students. "Who are you texting?" Her tone was awfully suggestive, causing Shiro to snicker in amusement in response to Kaminari's spews of jealousy at Midoriya's apparent game with women. "You player," Kaminari accused, playfully shoving Midoriya. "And no." Midoriya opposed. "It's not like that. I'm just talking to All Might." Kirishima snorted, nearly reeling. "Yeah. You know, I'm Jewish talking All Might. Totally not the previous top hero or anything." Shiro laughed with his friend, slapping a hand over his leg as the two of them barreled forward in pointless laughter. Midoriya grimaced at the loud thump of the floorboard, grip on the armchair tightening. "What's all the FNG noise for?" Bakugo threatened from somewhere in the kitchen, holding a knife in his hand that Midoriya was sure he wasn't even allowed to have. This was going to be long 30 or something minutes. Although there was a hint of annoyance, maybe even fear, well, to be fair, nobody would exactly feel comfortable in the vicinity of an angry, knife-wielding Bakugo. There was something else pushing at the seams of his emotions, something that made the green-haired boy's lips twitch into a familiar smile. He felt happy. Before Midoriya knew it, it was 3 o'clock. Standing up, he brushed whatever imaginary dirt was on his breathes off and said goodbye to a few of his classmates that were in the lounge, walking towards the door. Glancing back, he couldn't help the puff of air, almost a laugh, that escaped him. He forgot. Dying meant he would miss out on moments like these. Opening the door, Midoriya huffed in distaste at the cold air that had nipped at his features. It was still bright outside, yet the weather was unforgivingly cold. Midoriya didn't exactly hate winter, as it enabled him to constantly wear long sleeves, but he didn't appreciate the temperature. Nonetheless, he made his way to the beach. Not that many people came there, seeing as the frigid weather made it nearly impossible to swim, but it was still a popular place for those looking for somewhere to relax or jog, such as himself. Much to his satisfaction, it remained pristine and clean since the day he finished cleaning it, and very quickly became an ideal spot to visit. "Midoriya, my boy," Yagi greeted from somewhere to the side. Midoriya nearly sheet himself, feeling a pang for any villain out there who heard that on a daily basis amongst the sensation of his soul nearly leaving his body. Placing a shaky hand over his chest, Midoriya huffed out, glancing up and smiling at his mentor. "How are you feeling, my boy?" Yagi questioned, hands pressing into his pockets. Midoriya straightened up, shivering slightly at the temperature. "Fine," he finds himself saying. "How are you, All Might?" Blood spurted out from his mentor's mouth, and Midoriya found a finger being jabbed in his face. "Careful. Don't address me like that when we're in public." Sorry." He apologized immediately, glancing around cautiously for any strangers who may have overheard him, coming across a group of teenagers playing Spin the Bottle by a huge rock. Midoriya let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, waiting for his mentor to take him to the so-called special location. They walked. Sometimes Yagi would tell Midoriya about something that happened to him, or about his life, and Midoriya would just look up at him, eyes sparkling with awe and a pure, childlike wonder that made Yagi's heart clench. It seemed like forever and not nearly long enough when they arrived at the restaurant. It was casual, something Midoriya expected yet didn't from the man in front of him. They began the walk back. Midoriya's stomach was comfortably full, a warm buzz encompassing his body. Yagi glanced at Midoriya before sighing. "Have you ever heard of the phrase, 'No one is useless in this world who lightens the burdens of another'?" Midoriya looked up at his mentor, blinking a few times to rid his eyes of the snow that had fallen on them. Clutching his scarf, he brought it up to his mouth for a moment, exhaling and watching his foggy breath disappear. "No," he said, confused. "Why?" Yagi stopped walking, turning around to face his successor. Midoriya halted his movements, feeling the wet wood of the boardwalk and sleet squelch under his feet. "Please," Yagi pleaded. "Stop doubting yourself, young Midoriya." Midoriya's eyes narrowed, ignoring the chills that ran down his spine and the dread that unfurled itself within his gut. "What are you talking about?" "Your friends have been very worried about you lately," Yagi stated, bringing his hands up to his mouth and huffing, rubbing them together for warmth. We've all been, young Midoriya. Oh. Midoriya simply said, finding the floor interesting, suddenly. He didn't know where this conversation was leading, but he felt a wave of dread coil within his gut, ready to spring and snap at a moment's notice. Young Todoroki came to talk to me the other day, you know, Yagi sighed, and Midoriya let out a choked breath of air. Don't tell me. Did they say anything to you? About anything? Midoriya asked, fists clenching as he looked down at the ground below him, unable to meet his mentor's knowing stare. Silence met his question, the meaning of what was happening just beginning to dawn on him. All Might knew. And suddenly, Midoriya couldn't breathe. The wind was knocked out of his lungs and he felt his stomach drop, disastrously loud heartbeat drowning out his surroundings. Midoriya began to hyperventilate, fingernails digging into his palms subconsciously, though he couldn't even register the pain through the utter fear that was coursing through him. Nausea crawled up his throat, making Midoriya slap a hand over his mouth, face turning a sickly green. He could hear Yagi talking to him in the background, but everything was muffled, distilled like he was underwater. Stumbling, he became painfully aware of how weak his legs felt, as though they were jelly. Breathe, Midoriya. It's all right. No, it's not all right. It's never been all right, because he's such a burden and it's not all right. Midoriya didn't even realize he was vomiting until he felt the familiar burn of his throat, the liquid rushing back up through his mouth, and the stench of vomit hit him. Hands grabbing desperately for whatever was nearest to him, he found himself FSNG the jacket of his mentor, who was rubbing his back gently, speaking words of reassurance that Midoriya couldn't even hear, that he didn't want to hear, because then that only confirmed Midoriya's suspicions that he knew. Now he'll want one for all back and Midoriya will just be a quirkless nobody again, and what will he tell Mom? Where will he go besides you today? Midoriya only vomited harder, hot tears running down his face as a guttural sob tore its way out of his throat. Yagi's voice was beginning to become more clear, not staticky anymore, chopped up fragments of sentences filtering through the white noise in Midoriya's mind. It's going to be all right, just breathe with me. Like that. You can do it, young Midoriya. Letting out another cry, Midoriya curled in on himself, too ashamed to meet the concerned stare of his mentor or the curious looks shot at him by strangers that had happened to walk by. I've. Midoriya hiccuped. If why you want it back, I can jive it be back. He sobbed through the rock in his throat and the hiccups that racked his entire body, hoping that Yagi understood the implications of his words. Instead, he was met with a pair of arms that encircled his crumpled figure, and a sudden warmth. Midoriya's breath hitched. I gave it to you for a reason, Yagi spoke softly, voice barely above a whisper, as though he was afraid that if he was too loud, it'd shatter that fragile, remaining pieces that were Midoriya. And now, this power is yours. You've made it your own. Nobody can take it away from you. The sand shifted underneath Midoriya's weight, clinging to the fabric of his breaths. He could hear the sloshing of the ocean nearby, could feel his mentor's hard, concentrated stare, could feel the utter disdain in his heart as he continued to sob on the boardwalk, with only Yagi there to hear his pained cries. Do you understand? Yagi said, grip tighten. Midoriya felt something wet hit the back of his neck, and with a startled thought, realized the older man was crying. Your physical capabilities are important as a hero, but the same can be said for your mental well-being. You have people that care about you, Midoriya. Let us help, alright? Midoriya forced his eyes open, blinking away his tears. Hesitantly, he lifted his head, meeting the watery stare of his mentor. Yagi smiled. It's all right to lean on people, young Midoriya. Everything felt too overwhelming, too much for Midoriya. How do you just swallow the pill and accept the fact that the person you admire the most, who you'd give your undivided attention to, knew of such a reserved secret about you? It made Midoriya want to just shrivel up and die then and there. He knows All Might will have to tell his mom. Knows how sad she'll be. Knows that everyone will be keeping an eye on him, treating him like a child that can't even be trusted. He can't even have safety scissors at this point. But, he thought when he noticed vision was blurring, almost as if someone had breathed on a piece of glass and that glass was his eye. Everything was foggy, the buildings around him seemingly getting closer and closer in a terrifying manner. whilst frantically searching the ground for something to latch onto, something to help him ground himself because this was the second panic attack he's had, he noticed how shaky his hands were. He couldn't even pick up a pencil if he tried to. Midoriya couldn't hear well either, everything ringing as he practically wailed in the middle of the beach, thoughts running through his head at 1,000 miles, so fast that he couldn't discern any of them, obscured cogitations that he couldn't quite fathom, but could completely understand at the same time. His body felt entirely too heavy, like a sponge drenched in water that had been left out. He couldn't move, much less stand up with the sheer lethargy that sunk into his bones, weighing him down. Midoriya placed his head between his knees, staring at his shoes as he tried to calm down, looking for something, anything, that he could divert his attention to. He needed a distraction, needed something to do other than think about the consequences of this entire thing. It was working, but only slightly. The voice of his mentor began to filter in through the sound of his blood pounding in his ears, speaking gently in a tone that reminded Midoriya of restless summers spent with Kaken, the two of them staying up to listen to the familiar drone of the mosquitoes and tell scary stories underneath a blanket that would end with one of them having to go turn the lamp off, and subsequently scamper back to the bed like a man walking on hot coals, afraid that a monster would grab their leg from underneath the bed. It was working, up until he felt it, the tight constriction of his chest, almost as if there was a heavy dumbbell set atop it. Midoriya let out a panicked gasp, all relatively positive thoughts he may have thought before going down the drain, along with his sense of rationality. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Imdi and Jimdiing im going to die. Midoriya wasn't afraid of a lot of things. After all, he would break countless bones, smash buildings, or get himself killed, just to entertain the idea of being a hero. So why was it that he found himself feeling downright terrified when he felt that unfamiliar weight settle atop his chest again? It was almost as if all the adrenaline in the world was being pumped into his body, and he didn't know what to do. This wasn't like the panic attacks he usually had, where he was safe in the confines of his room, where he could deal with it on his own. No, it wasn't like those, because the gaze of his mentor suddenly felt too heavy, too knowing, like Yagi was picking apart and dissecting his entire being, stripping his walls bare and naked to expose the plethora of internalized emotions he bundled up for all to marvel at. He wanted it to stop. The best way Midoriya could describe his life was that like it was a black and white painting. All bleak, just two distinct things, good or bad. Nothing truly mattered on his canvas, as everything was just so empty. So devoid of life. To Midoriya, All Might was his life changer, like the most colorful palette to exist, saturating everything that Midoriya was once devoid of and altering his painting into something unique. There were still streaks of black and white that could never be painted over, but the majority of his canvas had imbibed the color that his mentor had provided for him. How dare he even think of throwing everything away? The tears came back. If Midoriya could say there was one thing about him that never changed over the years, was that he was a complete crybaby. He felt them hot and wet as they trailed down his swollen face, dripping onto the sand. He cried. He cried for a lot of things. For his mentor who was hurting because of him, because of his selfishness, for the repercussions that would inevitably follow, the ones he didn't want to think about. He cried for the ache in the chest, the heavy weight that felt lighter, but only by a margin, for the dry blood on his arms, seemingly mocking him, the cause of this entire situation. He cried and cried because it hurt, felt like everything he was pushing into the corners of his mind were suddenly rushing back at him in a deadly tidal wave, and he just can't anymore. His lifeline has deflated and now he has nothing to help him and he's drowning. Hästdroningen nobody will save him. His nails dug into the scabs on his arms, jabbing and pulling and tearing whatever unhealed cuts he could find off. Just a few more days. There was blood. It beaded, glided, dripped down his arm in an almost therapeutic, morbidly satisfying way. Please, don't take it away, not yet. Yagi was tugging gently at his arms, prying his hand away from his wrist, and Midoriya had to swallow a sob that instead came out as a whimper, shaking like a leaf in the wind. This is all I have. I don't know what I'll do. Izuku Midoriya is resolute. From the minute he hears his alarm blare, Midoriya regrets waking up completely. His eyes are sore, red and puffy, and when the events from last night hit him, he finds himself choking on his breath, a strangled sob leaving his lips. Midoriya curls in on himself, heart racing and stomach churning with pent-up anxiety that itches and rattles his skin. His fingers scratch at the skin on his arm restlessly, and he only squeezes his eyes shut, embarrassment and shame washing over him in cold waves that he can do nothing to brace against. He's drowning. The coldness was clawing at his lungs, filling them up with water. And no amount of heat would thaw against this blizzard he felt. Humans are like glass, and it doesn't take much to shatter them to the point in which they're nothing but shards on the floor. And even if Midoriya pick up the pieces and tapes them together, the cracks and fissures will still remain immutable. They are prominent, distorting the reflection of the once, seemingly perfect, untouched mirror's surface. And Midoriya had long since gone past the point of using tape or glue. The only remnants of him were shards smaller than a hair that scattered across the floor, unbeknownst to the naked eye. They embedded themselves within people's skin whenever they least expected it, and no matter how hard they tried, they just couldn't get it out. That is Midoriya Izuku. A burden. A broken, useless burden that people try desperately to get rid of but can't because he's just that pesky. He doesn't want to think about it. He can't. If he doesn't think about it, then it's not real. Then it didn't happen. But Midoriya can't deceive himself from this. All Might knew. He scratches harder, yearning for the familiar burn and cool blood dripping down his arm. It'll probably be the last time, he thinks. After all Might will probably check up on him like Todoroki. Midoriya flips onto his back suddenly, running a hand through his hair and tugging. He can't do anything to help the onslaught of desolation that numbs his chest, can't do anything to stop himself from feeling like absolute shit, can't do anything about anything, and he hates it. Hates how powerless he feels, how even with one for all, he can help other people, but not even himself. Hates how weak he feels, how weak he is. Hates it all. Hates himself. Hates how he's still here, still breathing. How he should have ended his useless existence years ago, but refused to accept a reality that would inevitably dawn on him one day. He wants it to stop. He wants to restart the day in which he stared longingly at the pack of disposable razors that he would come to purchase and take home, wants to stop himself as he pried it apart, as he tore into his own FNG skin because he was too pathetic to deal with anything without hurting himself. Wants to die. Just wants everything to stop. He cries. He cries and cries until his tears run dry and he's a trembling, hiccuping mess on his bed. He cries until his throat is raw, until he can barely look straight with how swollen and puffy his face is. He cries for what feels like an eternity, for the frustration and disappointment that pour out of him like a glass filled to the brim with water, on the verge of spilling over. Except, he already has, and now the faucet that's pouring into that glass won't stop and it keeps going, and Midoriya doesn't know how much longer he can take any of this, can take it before he can't take it. Doesn't want to live the rest of his life like this. If he's going to remain as miserable as he is now up until he dies, then what's the point? The tears don't stop, no matter how hard he tries to go back to the aching numbness in his chest. Midoriya cries as he's changing into his uniform, as he's shoving notebooks and last night's homework, still undone, into his backpack. Feels the tears begin to dry as he ties his shoes, as he begins his walk to class, already around 20 minutes late, but he's too tired, too exhausted to even care about being there on time anymore. He doesn't feel anxious, or sad, or much of anything when he opens the door to class. Doesn't even feel the familiar coil of self-hatred that usually springs when his peers' eyes land on him. He just feels nothing. Mind telling me why you're so late, Midoriya? Aizawa asks, hand stilling on the chalkboard while he waits expectantly for the greenette to answer. Todoroki and Uraraka are staring at him. He can feel it. Can feel them looking at him knowingly, looking at him like he's a piece of glass about to shatter with just one bad occurrence, like he's weak, still the useless piece of shit Deku from middle school, like he's crazy. I overslept, he says simply. His voice sounds like sandpaper and foreign, and it hurts when he talks, hurts so bad, and he doesn't know why, just like he doesn't know why he even bothered coming here today. Aizawa replies with a half-hearted grunt. Midoriya takes that as an indicator of acceptance and trudges to his seat, ignoring how Uraraka looks at him with something he can't quite deduce, like she wants to tug on his sleeve and ask what's wrong. Even though she and Todoroki probably knew everything already. The thought sent spikes of anger surging throughout his gut. Aizawa calls for a quick class break. Something about Present Mike needing to talk to him ends up with the entire class alone, and the stares that burn into Midoriya's back only get even more intense. "Whoa, Midoriya, are you good? You look like sheet," Kaminari asks, a hint of worry underplayed by the morbid humor in his tone. Midoriya shrugs. Hopes that maybe he could also shake off the two sets of eyes boring holes into the back of his head. "You forget to set an alarm?" Todoroki tries experimentally, his monotone voice making Midoriya still, lips pressing into a thin line, the anger barely kept under the surface of his skin returning tenfold. Fortunately, Aizawa enters the class before Midoriya has the chance to reply, immediately resuming the lesson with what could be called an almost alarming amount of energy. His notebook and pencil are there on his desk, patiently waiting for him, but Midoriya just can't bring himself to do anything. He feels drowsy with fatigue, and just listening to Aizawa talk about what to do during hostage situations renders him with a throbbing headache. He daydreams for the entire class. Lunch comes, eventually. Midoriya is just so numb, so tired, as he walks to the cafeteria, too quick for any of his friends to catch up with him. He sits down at the lunch table, holding his head up with his hand. The others haven't arrived yet, and Midoriya isn't sure if he wants them to. They'll probably bombard him with questions, and he just really isn't in the mood to deal with anything. "Hey, Deku-kun," Uraraka greets. Midoriya jumps up and the unexpected voice, hand efficiently the fabric of his breathes, willing himself not to cause a scene. "Hey," he says back monotonously, watching Ida and Todoroki follow close behind her. She excuses herself, walking away to the other side of the table where the other girls are situated, leaving Midoriya alone with Ida and Todoroki. "Greetings, Midoriya-kun." Ida blares, causing Midoriya to flinch subconsciously. Loud noises aren't really his forte at the moment. Forcing a numb laugh, he greets his friends, watching as they sit down and begin unpacking their meals. Meanwhile, Midoriya's bento remains untouched on the surface of the lunch table. As for the man himself, Midoriya was staring at the table, eyes distant and expression forlorn. He was uncharacteristically quiet today, and now, Todoroki couldn't help but feel concerned. "Not gonna eat?" Todoroki asked after a moment of comfortable silence. Midoriya fought against his anger and visibly blanched, hands wasting no time to untie his bento, shaky hands picking up his chopsticks. I am. Sorry, I was just thinking," he supplied, picking up a thing of rice and placing it in his mouth. Midoriya had to physically refrain from wincing. It wasn't that his mother's cooking was bad. No, it was probably the best, but the rice felt sticky and slimy and downright wrong as he forced himself to swallow it. "About?" Ida asked, placing his own lunch down. Uraraka, who was 3 people over, was completely oblivious to the conversation as she busied herself with talking to Tsuyu. So. "It's not that important," Midoriya reassures, forcing a smile in order to rein some realm of mental well-being for their sake. Ida continued to look at him with those eyes, the ones that seemed to pick him apart and tear away at the layers he'd so carefully constructed years ago. Midoriya hated it, hated how vulnerable and naked he felt underneath those pair of eyes, but there was really nothing he could do. "Ida, please, You aren't," Todoroki said matter-of-factly, placing his soba down on the lunch table. Midoriya's eyes narrowed, because Todoroki already knew that he was struggling, but more so than anyone else. He really didn't need to confirm that, the scars on his arm already did. "You can talk to us whenever, Midoriya-kun. Don't become blind as I once was," Ida offered empathetically, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Why yeah." Midoriya agreed half-heartedly, taking another bite of rice before setting his chopsticks down to drink some of his water. Another bite and he felt like he was going to vomit then and there. "You look pale," Ida spoke, noticing the way in which his friends seemingly gagged on his food. "Are you sick again? It is starting to get colder outside." I think," Midoriya replied hesitantly. I just can't stomach this all. I ate too much this morning. Be careful. You wouldn't want to vomit today. We have training, after all, Todoroki supplied. Midoriya paled at this, hands beginning to shake slightly. Placing them on his lap as to not draw attention to the jittery nature of them, he flashed Todoroki a wobbly smile, voice unsteady. Oh, really? Todoroki placed his chopsticks down, seemingly surprised at Midoriya's sudden nervousness at the notion of training. Yeah. Aizawa said we'd be working on more battle tactics today. Interesting. Midoriya chuckled nervously, forcing a smile. I'm going to die, he thought. Not even an hour later, sitting in Recovery Girl's office, Midoriya has to fake his symptoms while trying to get the feeling of his own fingers being shoved down his throat out of his mind. Anything is better than having to reveal the marks on his arms. Right? Izuku Midoriya is fake. Sitting in the empty teacher's lounge has never brought Midoriya this much anxiety before. Usually, this was a place where he could de-stress and unload all of his worries to his mentor. Well, most of them at least. All Might is sitting across from him, tea in one hand as he sips slowly, the only sound in the room being that of his slurping. Meanwhile, Midoriya's own cup of tea remains untouched on the wooden table. I'm sure. You know why I asked you to come here, All Might began hesitantly. Nodding slowly, Midoriya's eyes found their way to his lap, staring down at his green uniform breathes. I'm sorry, Midoriya apologizes, voice quiet. Yagi feels his heart clench for his successor. Don't, he warns. Don't apologize, my boy. If anything, I've failed you as a mentor, as a teacher. We all did. That's not true. Midoriya protests. I did this all to myself. You guys didn't know because I didn't want you to. Staying silent for a few moments, Yagi sighs, before setting his cup down on the table. Either way, we can't let this go by unnoticed, Midoriya. I'm sorry, but we have to inform your mother. Midoriya feels his heart jump to his throat, tears stinging his eyes at the mere idea of his mother finding out about his habits. He's scared. So scared. Immediately, All Might reaches for the tissue box while Midoriya muffles a sob with his uniform jacket, eyes squeezing shut tightly as more hot tears pour freely down his freckled cheeks. He's too tired to protest. He's too exhausted, knows that even if he did say anything, they would legally still have to inform his mother. He did his research beforehand, and he knew exactly what he was getting into from the first time he brought a blade to his skin. It doesn't ease any of his anxiety, though, and it is with sudden clarity that he realizes how much he feels like dying right now. There are plenty of people I know who'd be willing to listen, to help. You aren't alone in this, Midoriya, All Might offers, reaching across the small table to rub a reassuring hand across Midoriya's shoulder. The contact grounds him a little, but he can't help but worry. Worry about how she'll react and if he's a disappointment and, we care about you, young Midoriya. Don't forget that. But he feels the tears begin to spill over his cheeks as his mentor squeezes him with reassurance. But I don't even care about myself. So why? Izuku Midoriya is untrusting. The punching bag creaks in protest when another well-aimed jab is aimed directly at it. It's 3 a.m, and Midoriya is jumpy, restless, anxiety and self-loathing weighing in his stomach like a sack. Now that he can't even tear into his own skin without probably being sent to an institution, he has to find another means of expression. Just a temporary one. Until he's able to convince them that he's all right, and he has the opportunity to relapse under the radar. His hands and shoulders ache, the familiar sting, the burn of his muscles, and the adrenaline that keeps him from feeling the bruised planes of his knuckles being the only thing to keep him going. Midoriya can hear the light plops as his sweat drops, falling languidly onto the mat below him, becoming suddenly aware of the slick perspiration that coats his skin uncomfortably. He falls into a rhythm, the sound of his heartbeat and the blood pounding through his ears drowning out everything else. Time elapses with no clear basis. The only thing that Midoriya focuses on at the moment is the sharp, cutting pain of his arms after he lands a heavy blow, the way his muscles scream, how it feels like his lungs are burning and he can't breathe but he just can't stop. He continues, for what must have been hours. From what he can see out of the corner of his eye, the sun is peeking through the windows at Yuda's gym, flooding the otherwise empty vicinity with light. We can't let this go unnoticed. A precise kick makes Midoriya grit his teeth in response to the pain that flares up his leg. The adrenaline isn't quite wearing off, so if it hurts this much, he can't imagine how bad he'll feel later. There are plenty of people I know who'd be willing to listen, to help. You aren't alone in this. His knee rams into the punching bag. It teeters, the thick, metal chain that keeps it latched onto the ceiling making a noise relative to that of nails on a chalkboard. Oh, how he wishes he could just stop thinking. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. But we have to inform your mother. His arm reels back, fist slamming down into the punching bag. The chain snaps, and with nothing to hold it in place, the punching bag goes flying, hitting the ground with a dense thud that makes Midoriya wince. He draws his hand back, staring down at his trembling extremities. Letting out a shaky breath, Midoriya goes to the supply closet and pulls out another punching bag. This is the third one he's gotten through. He suches to focus more on his legs, the swelling of his hand and intense throbbing hurting him to the point where he can't even move his finger without a spike of pain running through his body. Like a string being pulled, the vibrations of pain rattle him in unsteady tremors. He doesn't notice Uraraka, who came here for a quick morning workout before class but is instead perched behind a wall, watching Midoriya with a mix of awe and worry. It's when the fourth punching bag is torn in half, filament flying through the air in a dusty tornado of a bomb, that she steps in. Before Midoriya has the chance to even walk to the supply closet, her voice rings throughout the empty gymnasium. Hey, Deku. He stops. His legs suddenly feel much weaker than before, and there's a new ache that isn't present in his legs or arms, but one that throbs within his chest. Hey. His voice sounds like sandpaper, so dry and rough that he almost doesn't even recognize himself when he speaks. The bandages that overlap against his hand, concealing the bruises that Midoriya doesn't want to see, seem to stare at him. What are you doing here so early? She asks, her tone sounding way too nice, way too concerned, like she actually cares, like, we care about you, young Midoriya. He turns around suddenly, something he can't even recognize beginning to claw at the walls of his mind. It must have been something in his expression, something that even he didn't pick up on. Because Uraraka recoils as if he's just hit her, eyes flashing with a look of hurt. Deku, she says, voice barely above a whisper. Midoriya stands there, eyes trained on her, a dark, steely green. You told, didn't you? He finds the words come out before he can stop himself, hands fisted tightly. You and Todoroki, what did you do? It's silent for what feels like forever. It's thick, encompassing the entire room in a heavy, tense aura. Uraraka looks down at her feet, poking at her own fingers in nervousness. He only told me some of it, she begins. Midoriya opens his mouth, but she resumes before he can say anything. He just said he was worried about you. That he needed to tell the teacher about something and wanted me there because I knew you pretty well. I told the teacher about just you being quiet and everything. I'm sorry, Deku. Todoroki told. The person that promised not to say anything. The person that helped calm him down. The person who he let seek comfort in his room. Todoroki told. Midoriya finds something dangerous, something feral, beginning to boil in his blood. His teeth are gritted, fists clenching despite the immense pain that begs for him to take a break. He's never been this angry before. Deku-kun? What's? Stop. He manages to spit out, voice sounding cruel and dark and just not like him. He doesn't recognize the person standing in the middle of the gym, 1 second away from lashing out at his first true friend. He was so good at keeping his anger pent up before, so why now? Maybe it's because Todoroki had no right to say anything. Maybe it's because Midoriya doesn't want to remember how he said he would tell if things got worse. Maybe it's just Midoriya trying to take everything out, trying anything because he can't do the one thing that's helped him the most and he just needs to feel something even if it's regret. Uraraka approaches him, and Midoriya doesn't give her another look, practically fuming when he rips out another punching bag and strings it atop the ceiling. Deku. This isn't healthy. Please, be quiet, he pleads, using up his last shred of patience. He doesn't want to yell. Doesn't want anyone else to hate him. He's never been one to raise his voice, anyway. Uraraka stands there. Watches as Midoriya assaults the punching bag with a terrifying amount of fervor, small tears gathering in her eyes. When he ignores her and she understands she can't do anything to make him stop, she walks over to the dumbbells with dejection. The punching bag doesn't last when Midoriya uses his hands. The chain snaps like a WHP, and the bag falls lifelessly to the ground. Midoriya wastes no time in getting another one. Uraraka tries. She really does. When she's finished her workout and notices that he's still going at it, teeth grit and eyes narrowed in pure, hard concentration, she tries to stop him. He doesn't even look at her. All of this was so uncharacteristically Deku. This wasn't the boy she met at the entrance exam. This wasn't the boy who saved her during their first training. This wasn't him. But in the silence of the room and the green eyes trained devilishly on the supply closet, Uraraka realizes she can do nothing. She makes her way to Utoday and arrives at class, right as the bell rings. Taking her seat, she flashes sheepish smiles at Mina and Hagakure, who stifle their laughter with their palms. Aizawa begins morning attendance, stopping once upon reaching Midoriya and calling his name out a few times. Todoroki, who isn't that far away from her, goes "Deal thy still." Nobody notices. Aizawa continues with roll call, but Uraraka can see the phone in his free hand as he sends a message. Afterwards, he dives right into the lesson, but there's a glint of something in his eyes. Class flies by. They mainly just talk about battle strategies and try things like Morse code. Something about being able to communicate without words in a hostage situation. Uraraka doesn't pay attention. Midoriya makes his appearance when there are roughly 7 minutes left of class. The door slides open, and to say that he looked worse than yesterday was an understatement. A big, disgusting understatement. Midoriya's hair is visibly damp, like he showered and then didn't even have the energy to dry himself. His eyes seem dead. There's no better word to describe the lifeless pools that stare directly at her, sending chills down her spine. His skin isn't any better, a pale, whitish green that makes the purple bags under his eyes stand out. Oh, but his hand. Uraraka assumes she mustn't have noticed with the bandages in the way, but Midoriya's hand is bruised. Bleeding. Swollen. There's a lump the size of a ping-pong ball on his knuckles, and the color. It's black, purple, yellow. It looks like when he uses his quirk and subsequently breaks a limb. And Midoriya doesn't even seem fazed by it. He walks to his desk, shooting half-hearted greetings to some of the people that look at him funny. Aizawa's eyes are trained on him, and Midoriya meets his stare with an equal amount of emptiness, stunning the older man for a second. Aizawa acknowledges his presence, but doesn't comment on anything. The lesson continues, but seems to drawl on agonizingly. Midoriya's notebook and pencil remain untouched on his desk, eyes glassy and unfocused. When they're getting their things ready for next PRD, Aizawa's voice disrupts everyone's chattering. "Midoriya, I need a word with you after class." Said boy doesn't even lift his gaze. Just tilts down his head a little bit. Uraraka realizes he's nodding, and continues to stare into nothing. It's creepy. Unnerving. He doesn't even bother shoving his belongings into his backpack. Todoroki and Uraraka lock eyes, sharing a moment of concern for the greenette. Ida continues to yell at Bakugo for the feet planted firmly atop his desk. The bell rings before either of them can approach Midoriya. He remains stiff in his seat. Aizawa shoots them a reproachful look, shutting the classroom door behind them. Midoriya keeps his head low, carefully averting his gaze from Aizawa's. The older man begins speaking, ignoring the greenette's silence. "I want you to go to Recovery Girl and get that hand fixed," he says, and that's when Midoriya finally notices the black and purple splotches against pale white. Midoriya nods, motioning to stand up, but Aizawa places a firm hand over his shoulder, keeping him in place. Midoriya flinches. "Also, sometime this week, you'll be speaking to Kazuko Yuki, today's resident counselor." Midoriya rolls his lip between his teeth anxiously, the thought of having to talk to someone making him shift in discomfort. As if things couldn't get any worse, Aizawa's comment only helped to prove the fact that it wasn't just All Might who was aware of his circumstances. Aizawa seems to pick up on his distaste, because he says one more thing before letting Midoriya leave. Don't worry. I've known that woman for as long as I can remember. She's trustworthy, helped me more times than I can count, he sighs. Pros aren't invincible. Even All Might has talked to a counselor before. Got it, problem child? Midoriya blinks away the sheen of tears that blur his vision and nods. Wait. Aizawa-sensei, he says, through the lump in his throat, and bows until his sore back screams and his muscles feel like they're about to tear. Thank you. Aizawa would blame the swelling and redness of his eyes on his quirk. Anyone who said they saw him tear up would be declared a liar. Izuku Midoriya is leaving. Midoriya's pencil gets to work, scribbling and writing down in his notebook. But this time, he isn't blindly writing down his thoughts. He writes carefully, tonight. Heart heavy, he stands up and closes his notebook, eyes trained on the door, the metal of his blade reflecting in the moonlight. It won't hurt, right? In the morning, when Todoroki worriedly goes to check up on his classmate upon hearing no word from him, he's dreadfully met with the sight of an empty room and open window. However, whilst frantically searching the vacant area, a folded piece of paper on Midoriya's desk catches his attention and he can't help his eyes from skimming along the first sentence, suddenly feeling the world stop from underneath him. This is Deku. I'm sorry if you come across this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here you go, sir, the cashier says. Midoriya smiles, muttering, thank you, as he accepts the plastic bag they're holding with a bit too much eagerness. The quick rapping of his fingers against his side accompanies the low hum of the lights above him. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's cold around this time of night, he notes. Should have brought a jacket. But it's way too late to turn back and head for the dorms. Did they find my letter already? Are they looking for me? Oh, they probably are. Midoriya finds himself jumping with every little sound, nearly drops dead when he hears a police siren going off somewhere in the distance. When it drives past him, he doesn't notice that he's holding his breath. He appreciates the slight breeze that kisses his face as he continues walking, the sound of his shoes clicking against the stone sidewalk becoming white noise to his chaotic mind. Honestly, he never liked being by himself. Especially not in public, and definitely not when it was dark out. He already had multiple nightlights, so this was basically torture. I really can't have anything nice, he chuckles. Even when I want to kill myself, the weather is bad. He corrects himself, frowning. I'm gonna kill myself. And when he finally reaches his destination, feet aching and muscles sore, he realizes with dread that by tomorrow he will be dead. It's weird to think about. What will death be like? Will anyone miss him? The questions come and go and it frustrates him that he won't know the answer until he tries. The old hiking trail he's resting on serves as a bitter reminder. He wonders how Kaken will react. They were doing so well and yet. Selfish. You always have to go and f everything up, you pathetic piece of shit, his mind yells. This time, though, he doesn't fight back. As he settles down on a large rock in the middle of the path, overlooking a stomach-churning drop and the city below, he can't bring himself to argue against his thoughts. He simply accepts them, each one more painful than the other. You're disgusting. I know. Pathetic FANG loser. I've never been anything else. FING kill yourself. I will. It's almost freeing. Before he'd struggle to remind himself to eat, sleep, live, to prove his mind wrong. But now that he agrees with those thoughts, it's so much easier. It hurts so much to finally accept how pathetic and worthless he truly is, and he feels so defeated, but he feels free. He wishes he'd brought his phone. Maybe then he could listen to some music before dying, and daydream for a few hours about a life where he wanted to live. Where he was loved. For hours, he sits there, shivering slightly in the cold weather. When the sky fades from black and the sun begins to rise, he wonders about all the things he'll miss. New songs, trends, jokes, people, opportunities. Wonders what he'll be like if he turns around and heads home. Who he'll be. Midoriya's mind flashes to the sight of his classmates, and suddenly it feels like the air has been knocked out of his gut. A painful sob wrenches its way out of him, lost to the sounds of wildlife. It makes him cry even harder when he realizes that in that moment he is truly alone. No one is there to calmly rub his back and reassure him that everything will be okay. It's just him and the dirt and the few animals that cry out in the distance. Sitting up, he sniffles, wiping snot from his face with the sleeve of his hoodie. Picking up the plastic bag, he pulls out the bottle of pills and water, uncapping both. Midoriya takes a moment to look up at the sky, watching the clouds laze about as they gaze back down at him. He notices the blinking lights of a few airplanes and wonders how the people inside are faring. It serves as a distraction while his fingers toy with the safety lid of the pills and dive into a mass of white. And while he's busy counting the stars, shoves them into his mouth. The first handful hurts the most. The pills are chalky as they rub against his tongue and the water makes it slightly easier, but there are so many that it feels like he's eating a piece of metal, scratching at his throat as they slide down, down, down. They're bitter. He already feels nauseous, though he can't deduce if it's just his anxiety or something more. The second is slightly easier, and he finds himself growing used to it. He can hear insects chirping, cars bustling below him, and the occasional cry of a stray animal. He's thankful for the fence trail as he swallows down the third and final handful, a coyote barking somewhere in the distance. By now he's starting to feel a little woozy. Nothing too much, but he feels. Perhaps his mind is playing tricks on him, but then again you're not supposed to have these on an empty stomach, and you're not supposed to take more than 4. Both of which he's done. Midoriya grunts, laying on his back as he continues to gaze up at the sky. He can't really track his thoughts, like those few minutes before falling asleep when you're thinking about everything and nothing simultaneously. He finds himself giggling, but the minute he realizes that, it stops. It's fitting, is one thought that crosses his mind among many other jumbled, incoherent ones. Pathetic Deku. Dying alone on some dirty trail. His giggles grow louder at that, and when he tries moving his head, he finds it near impossible. Everything feels too heavy. Then suddenly, it hits him. Am I going to die? This is what it's like? Squinting up at the sky, he wonders why the clouds are looking more like smears, stains against a perfect salmon canvas, then jostles himself when he remembers that he's actually dying. Dying. He giggles, body shaking from what he can't detect as either fear or joy. He can't tell if it's from the cold or something more. He can't feel his face. His heart and stomach hurt so much, so he forces his arms to wrap around his torso in an effort to comfort himself that feels like it's taken up all of his energy. With one last glance up, he finds the sky to be a mosaic of orange and white. When he spots what he thinks is the sun, beating him down with its brightness, he smiles, feeling a little less alone. I wonder if Todoroki-kun or Kakin are looking up at the sky right now. With that same thought in mind, he yawns, eyes fluttering shut. I'm fine with this. Midoriya can't bring himself to fight against that dither. Bakugo Katsuki is said. All he wanted was to relax. To enjoy the solitude and peace within the kitchen. Bakugo! Turning around, frying pan ready to smack the ever-loving sheet out of whoever called his name, he's surprised to make eye contact with a set of mismatched eyes. This surprise is quickly overtaken by anger, though. Do you want Peppermint Beach? Todoroki ignores his unique choice of words. The more Bakugo looks at him, though, he's actually kind of confused. The shithead looks worried, the expression out of place on his typically stoic features. Have you seen Midoriya? Todoroki asks, eyes searching Bakugo's desperately. Okay, now he's starting to get even more confused. Scoffing, he shoots a glare at the dual-colored boy. He was going to work out last night. Now stop fang bothering me. Workout? He hears Todoroki mutter, before a sudden look of horror flashes across his face. Wait. What time did he leave? You saw him? Did he say anything else to you? Bakugo snarls, don't see why it's my Bakugo! Taken aback, he's almost ready to pummel the fucker to the ground, but when his eyes land upon the look of pure urgency on Todoroki's face, he can't bring himself to. Something was wrong. Tisich, Bakugo gruffs. Stupid motherfucker was here when I was cleaning the dishes at like. Pausing, he tries to remember, 11? Todoroki is still staring at him with that pleading look, so a blight reluctantly, he continues. He just tried to strike up some shitty conversation then left. Now that Bakugo thought about it, that idiot was acting weird yesterday. It was probably because he was tired it was late after all that he didn't notice, but that fucker had the same rushed, panicky look on his face that pretty boy did right now. That answer didn't seem to make things better, because if possible Todoroki looked like he was about to sheet himself and vomit simultaneously. With a strained voice, he murmured his thanks before taking off in the direction of their homeroom teacher. Baffled and utterly lost, Bakugo stood there. Setting down his pan in the sink, he couldn't help but sigh. What did that dumbass do now? Mr. Aizawa. Fists pounding into the frame of his teacher's door, Todoroki forces out another call past the lump in his throat. Mr. Aizawa. With a whoosh, the door is slammed open, revealed the disheveled figure of none other than his homeroom teacher, looking positively sad. Is something wrong? He asks, anger fading to worry when he notices who's pounding on his door, the last person he'd expected. He can already tell that something's happened. Maybe one of the kids did something stupid again? Todoroki pauses, breathing in a bit. Midoriya, something's wrong with him. We need to find him. Alarmed, he shoots a curious look at the boy in front of him, stepping out into the hallway. Todoroki, I need you to calm down. He tries his best to sound reassuring. What's happened? He's trying to kill himself. Taken aback, Aizawa finds himself stunned into silence for a few moments, mind going blank. Kill himself? Commit suicide? Midoriya? Where is he? He asks, Todoroki. I need you to tell me where he is right now. I don't know. The last person he saw was Bakugo, and he doesn't know where he is either. Sheet, Aizawa inhales. Okay, Todoroki, see if you or anyone may have any idea of where he might be. Glancing up at his teacher, they both shared the same worried, conflicted expression as they meet eyes, one more well hidden than the other. But his teacher's expression melted into sympathy, a calloused hand coming up to pat his shoulder reassuringly. Without another word, before Todoroki can get anything past his shaking lips, their homeroom teacher is gone. Shota Aizawa is tired. I need you to check wherever you can. I've called in his acquaintances and his mother should be arriving here shortly. They may have a better idea of where he is than we do, Niza stated, his signature smile gone, now replaced with a placid expression. What about our classes? Midnight asked, worry clear on her expression. Wouldn't it be in both of our best interests to not draw attention to it? It may be uncomfortable for Midoriya, but his classmates should be aware to keep an eye out for him. We won't disclose any details, just state that he's missing, Nizu pacified. The police have already been informed and have begun their search. We must begin ours. You'll be alerted of any updates. Silent, Aizawa glanced at his fellow pros, all of them bearing a similar expression. Dread. But there wasn't any time to be morose. A child's life was on the line. And so, they started looking. What the F dash dot? Staring up at Todoroki, Bakugo can't help it as the words slip past his lips, breaking the stunned silence of their class. Bakugo! Ida begins to reprimand, before he's cut off. Missing? Uraraka questions, dread creeping into her normally cheerful expression. Deku-kun's missing? Does anyone know where he could be? Ojiro asks, the most obvious questions still lingering over their heads. Why? Do you think he got kidnapped? Cries out Mineta. Why aren't we on lockdown if it's supposed to be dangerous? It takes all of his resolve not to freeze his classmate to the ceiling. Instead, Todoroki speaks once more, this time his voice calmer. They probably told us because they don't think it's dangerous to us. He can't help but glare as he continues. And I thought you'd be eager to help search for a fellow classmate. Yelping, Mineta shuffles so that he's hiding behind Tsuyu, and she shifts a bit away from the purple-headed male. The circumstances don't matter, she chimes up. Let's just focus on finding him, Ribbit. They all nod at that, the level-headedness calming them down a bit. Let us split up, Yaoyorozu suggests. 2 or 3 people per group. Wait, Ida interrupted. Mineta has a point. Midoriya is missing, yet we aren't being placed under surveillance? Are we even allowed to look for him? Does it matter? Todoroki argued. If it was dangerous, they'd be breathing down our necks right now, which they aren't doing. So, it's fine to go look for him. The response stuns his ridged classmate into silence. Does anyone have any idea of where he could be, though? Like, who's the last person who saw him? Bakugo, Todoroki replies vapidly. Bakugo was the last to see him. At once, the class attention is shifted to the abnormally silent blonde who was glaring holes into the carpet. His eyes snap up to meet their all-accusatory stares. I didn't offend you do anything, dumbass. I saw him when it was my turn to wash the dishes. Bakugo-kun, Uraraka asks slowly. You've known him the longest. Is there any place he hangs out at? Scoffing, Bakugo shoves his hands into his pockets, glancing away. I don't FNG know. Our middle school, maybe the park. Who FNG knows? Try a little harder than that, Todoroki sneers, taking a few of his classmates aback. They don't know why he hates Bakugo so much, but Todoroki knows. He knows the things he did to Midoriya. What the F did you say to me? Standing up, both boys are glaring directly at one another. Explosions popping in his palms, Bakugo growls when Todoroki's stare remains unwavering and gets ready to lift his arm until. Both of you shut up. Literally now is the worst time to be arguing, Ishido reprimands. Kaminari and Kirishima nod from behind her. The three of them had been deathly quiet throughout everything. Bakugo, calm down. Just help us out, please. Midoriya's life could be in danger right now, Kirishima tries. Like you have no FANG clue, Todoroki hisses. Let's not get sidetracked. Just split up and find 1 or 2 people to stick with and begin looking. We'll search until Aizawa-sensei calls us back, reasons Tokoyami. They all nod at that. Todoroki lapsed into silence along with the rest of his classmates. He didn't know if telling the others was the best thing. His class was supportive, though. It wasn't uncommon for them to vent to each other. Besides, they would have found out eventually. With that, he feels his racing heart stop, if only by a few beats. Exhaling, he turns to face the door. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. Why the F-? Bakugo thinks, do I have to be with him? Walking beside his red and white classmate, Bakugo sighs, kicking at the dirt path ahead of them. They'd been walking for quite some time, Bakugo reluctantly leading Todoroki to some places he and Izuku used to frequent. Places that Izuku might be at. What disturbed Bakugo was the radio silence from Todoroki and their teachers when questioned on what may have happened to Deku. They remained tight-lipped, leaving Bakugo and the rest of the class in confusion. Deku definitely wasn't kidnapped, or anything of the sort. That much was obvious. If their class was in danger, they, as well as the rest of UA's student body, would be well aware. So then what was going on? Did Deku run away? The thought almost made Bakugo laugh. The notion of someone so Deku-like running away seeming like peak comedy, but he stopped because the more he thought about it, it really just didn't add up. Are we almost there? Todoroki asked, snapping Bakugo out of his thoughts. Huffing, he turned to look at his classmate, then back at the path in front of him, pace slowing a bit. What the F happened to Deku? He questioned, completely ignoring his classmate's inquiry. Todoroki shifted uncomfortably, which did not go unnoticed. Hey, answer me. Inhaling, Todoroki's head snapped to glare at Bakugo. It's none of your business. Pausing on the trail, Bakugo looked at Todoroki with a, are you serious kind of face. I have to walk with you on some shitty effing dirty road at what? 10 in the morning? I could be sleeping right now. Or studying. Or training. Or literally anything, but I have to help you look for goddamn Deku? Shut up and keep walking. We don't have time to argue, Todoroki deadpanned, shoving past the blonde. Face contorting, Bakugo shouted back. Don't tell me what to do, fuckface. Lapsing back into silence, the air was heavy with tension as the duo continued their trek. Bakugo honestly didn't even know what they were supposed to be looking for. Todoroki, as well as the goddamn principal, just asked him if he might have any clue where Deku could be. At first, the pair checked the park where he and Midoriya used to play. Then their old middle school. 2 hours had gone by and yet nothing had turned up. Their voices were sore from shouting Deku's name. Periodically checking his phone for any updates, Todoroki's mood dampened further upon the lack of notifications. When Bakugo tells him they have to leave, Todoroki looks as though he's punched him straight in the gut and set his dog on fire. He keeps lingering wherever they walk, eyes nervously trailing over the same spots multiple times. Hands fidgeting with his sleeves and lip drawn in taut, Bakugo can tell from just a glance that he's 1 minute away from some kind of nervous breakdown. "Come on," is what he growls out, yanking on Todoroki's arm and pretending not to notice the way the other flinches. Todoroki lets out a confused hum, all while Bakugo drags him towards an old path he used to hike on as a kid. "The view at the top is nice. We'll see better up there," is all Bakugo says. The sound of dirt crumpling under his boots and leaves and twigs snapping works to lull Todoroki in a state of semi-calmness. Gently pulling his arm away from the ladder, he takes in their surroundings. Bakugo was right. They were barely halfway up, but the view of the skyline was appealing. He had to take some photos for his mother. When he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse. "Do you think Midoriya could be here?" Todoroki is startled when he bumps into something most likely resembling a brick wall. Stumbling, when he opens his eyes, he's perplexed to see that Bakugo has stopped dead in his tracks, eyes staring wide at the ground. "Bakugo!" His classmate's head snaps so that he's looking directly at him, and the look on his face. Following his gaze, Todoroki understands. Midoriya's hero license. Torn. Hands shaking, he picks up the 2 plastic halves, shoving them into his pocket. He's nearby. "We have to hurry," Todoroki urges. "Keep up," Bakugo replies, voice quiet. Todoroki is confused until he turns around and sprints, not using his quirk due to the foliage. "Don't be so rash," Todoroki shouts as he follows him up the path, creating a new one with ice as he slides along it with practiced ease. Suddenly, Bakugo jerks to the right of the path, where it's fenced off. Todoroki is about to yell at him because where the F is he going at a time like this, but stops dead in his tracks when his classmate shouts across to him. "Get the F over here." Panic seizing his body, Todoroki sprints the rest of the way, ignoring his body which burns from exhaustion. Midoriya? Did he find Midoriya? Was he okay? What? Todoroki has seen people in fear before. There were the terrified faces he'd witnessed as a training pro hero, and even the faces his family would make. His mother, his siblings. He's never seen anyone, much less Bakugo, look so absolutely horrified though. There's a small cliff which overlooks the city, a large rock platform to stand upon taking over most of the space. Bakugo is facing him, hands pressing. And then Todoroki focuses on what he's holding. Green hair frames a sickly pale visage. Midoriya looks absolutely horrible, but then Todoroki focuses on the rise and fall of his chest. Or the lack thereof. It takes everything in him. Not to scream. For some reason, he feels calm, as though his emotions have been shut off and he's been cast apart from them, body and mind completely separate. Bakugo is shouting at him, so he resolutely snaps his focus back to them. Todoroki clears the distance between him and the pair in record time, hands coming down to press against Midoriya's neck, searching for anything. "It's there," Bakugo rasps, "but it's weak. Hurry up, we have to get him to the hospital." "What did he do?" Todoroki asks in his panic. There's dried vomit on some of the stone where they're sitting, some around Midoriya's mouth. Bakugo gently picks his classmate up, struggling to find a placement where he doesn't think he'll be harming Midoriya. He's already had his phone out. Todoroki didn't even notice due to his own panic, but his blonde classmate is talking to Aizawa. He sounds out of it. While Bakugo communicates with their teacher, Todoroki takes to searching the ground and anything nearby for signs of what Midoriya may have done. Bakugo sounds sort of calm, he numbly thinks, until something their homeroom teacher says seems to tip him off. "I'm not staying put and waiting for your buttes to get here. He could even die." Screaming into the receiver, Bakugo's grip on Midoriya tightens. And that's when he notices. "Bakugo!" Todoroki trembles. He's not breathing.